Hello and welcome to my course. My name is Paul Chin and I am the instructor. In this course, you will learn how to do ethical hacking by doing the challenges from this website called hackthisSite.org. The prerequisites for this course is you must have some basic HTML, JavaScript, GET, POST requests, and SQL. By profession, I am a college lecturer and I have been teaching computer science and IT for more than 20 years. The content of this course involves doing the basic missions from this website, which are all here and which will give you the basic fundamentals and principles involved in hacking. And these cover all these things which you will learn, starting from code exposure vulnerability, PHP read vulnerability, hidden input type exploitation, HTML code tampering using Google developer tools, exploiting HTML code to email password, cracking encrypted password by analyzing output, remote command injection attacks, remote SSI command injection attacks, remote directory traversal vulnerability, cookie tampering exploit, Apache direct listing vulnerability. Once we finish with the basics, we will then move on to the realistic missions, which require you to hack realistic websites with real resources and so on. And these are some of the websites we will be actually hacking, and the principles that you will use to hack these websites will also be explained in greater detail here. For example, you will learn HTML select options exploit, SQL injection attack to bypass login forms, PHP write vulnerability, SQL injection attack to hack email lists, directory traversal exploit to hack admin password, breaking encryption using cryptanalysis, Apache HT password vulnerability, hacking bank account and transferring money, cross-site scripting attacks, changing school grades by exploiting form action. And by the end of this course, you will have the basic skills required to hack websites, do defacement, transfer money, and changing school grades, tampering with voting, and so on. Now all these are the skills that an ethical hacker would need to have in order to know about how to defend websites from hackers. Thank you for watching. I'll see you inside. You can sign up for a free account with hackthisSite.org. Just head over to this link URL, hackthisSite.org. In the left-hand panel, you will see Login or Register. Click on Register and scroll down and you will see a registration form called Register. Your hackthisSite.org account will track all of your mission accomplishments, messages, and will also allow you to post on our extensive forums. Select a username, issue with 4 to 32 characters, alphanumeric, underscore, space allowed. Then select a password, must contain lowercase and uppercase, contain at least a non-alphabet character, at least 15 characters long. Then enter a password again to confirm it, and then key in a secret question for example, maybe your favorite color, and then your answer to the question, and confirmation of your answer to the question. Then key in your email address, and then key in one more time to confirm your email address, and click on this checkbox. And finally, down here, key in the characters you see in here. For example, here is PKEUQF60, so key it in and then click register. If the characters are unclear, you can click on this link to request new image and then try again. After clicking register, they will send you an email, so you need to go to your email and click on the verification link in the email. So this is an example of the email which I received, and then I will click on this link here to confirm. So once you click on this link, it will take you back to this site here and then tell you that your confirmation is successful and you can log in. So after you have successfully verified your email link, you can start to log in. So we'll see you in the next lesson where we'll log in and start hacking. So see you then. Thank you for watching. Hello. I will now show you how to solve some problems with creating new accounts. So this is the Hack This Site website. Just head over there and we are going to create a fresh account. But before you do that, make sure you clear all your browser cache and make sure you are using Google Chrome. So head over to this link here on the right hand side, select clear, and then here under this you have two tabs, basic and you have advanced. Make sure you check on the advanced and select change it to all time. Next, make sure that all the checkboxes are checked for every single one of it. From the top, browsing history, download history, form data, everything, make sure they're all checked and make sure it's all time. Then click clear data. So after it's clear data, just head back to reopen your hackthisSite.org because you have cleared the data. Now you're ready to register for an account. Click on register and read the notice there which says you can't use Microsoft emails like Hotmail, Live, etc. You can only use Gmail, so make sure you have a Gmail account before you proceed. So if you don't have a Gmail account, go and create one. It's free. So I'm just going to log in to my Gmail account first. So that I can quickly check my email once they send the confirmation. Now that I'm logged in, I will head back to Hack This Site and continue with the registration process. Now read carefully the username. It has to satisfy these requirements. So go ahead and choose a username. Make sure you open Notepad and write down whatever you have chosen. And the passphrase is the tricky one. Presently it is all red, meaning that you have not met any of the requirements. So a passphrase has to meet all the requirements that are shown there. Once a requirement has been met, it will change to green. Currently everything is red. As you can see, as I type, the requirements change to green. Some remain as red because it has not been satisfied. And as you can see here, there is still one requirement which is red in color. And this is a common mistake for many new users. They were not aware that they're supposed to make sure everything is turned green. As in this case here, you notice there is still one requirement for the passphrase which has not been satisfied, and it is in red color. But if I just ignore it and continue with the rest of the registration, you will see later that I will not be able to create an account. The other mistake is the terms of service. You will see the terms of service, there is a checkbox black in color. You're supposed to check on the checkbox, and many students when registering for an account forgot to check. So here I'm just copying my email from my email to paste it in to make sure that it is correct and there are no spaces in front of the email. Now you see I forgot to check the terms of service. I went straight ahead to fill in the CAPTCHA, and that's the second mistake. So there are three possible mistakes. First is if the passphrase was not correct, it did not meet all requirements. Second mistake, the email, there is a space, there could be a space in front of the email. You could have inadvertently created a space. Third mistake is the terms of service you did not check. So to solve it, you notice there is a warning there. You have to agree, so go and agree. Terms of service. This one, you need to check. So if you don't check, it's black in color. So if you don't check, you cannot proceed with the CAPTCHA. And there is another mistake which I will be fixing. That is the passphrase. Now the CAPTCHA will still fail because the passphrase requirement has not been met. If you scroll up, you will see the passphrase error there, red in color. You see that? So make sure you don't have any red color there. So if you see a red, you have to change, make your passphrase such that it all turns green. Now it's all green. So once it's all green, then you can proceed. Next thing is make sure there's no spaces in front of your email. Make sure there's no spaces in front or at the back of your email. Now you can solve the CAPTCHA and click register. Yes, so now it has sent a confirmation email. Go and check your email for the confirmation. And there you are, I received it. So click on the email and read the instructions. You're supposed to confirm your email by clicking on the link. And now you are confirmed. Now you can log in. So try and log in. Yes, successful. Now you can start hacking away. Alright, so that's all for this video. Hope it helps you out. Thank you very much. Log in to the website. Click on the first text box and type in your username. followed by your password. And then click the login button. Now that you have logged in, if you like, you can customize your skin by choosing skin chooser here. And you can see I've applied the Christmas theme. And if you want, you can change to the default theme, dark theme, and so on. I will stick with the Christmas theme. Next, you can look on the left hand side of the panel where you have all the challenges. So let's start with the basic missions. Click on basic missions. And now here we have a few missions that we can try. 11 in total. Basic 1, basic 2, basic 3, all the way to basic 11. So basic 1 is a basic test of your skills to see if you can do any of these missions. And the requirements is HTML. This is the first hint. So let's click on basic 1. And basic 1, the challenge is, this level is the idiot test. Is what we call the idiot test. If you can't complete it, don't give up on learning all you can. And here there is a hint. If you have no idea what to do, you must learn HTML. And I'll give you another tip. In order to solve this challenge of the password, the first thing you need to do is to examine the code for this website, this web page. So this is the first skill of a hacker, being able to examine code. So to examine the code for this page, you can right click anywhere and then click on view page source. Note that I'm using Chrome browser, and then it will open up the page source. And this is the HTML code for this page. And then next thing we want to do is look for clues in here about the password. So the most common way to look for a password is to search for password inside the code itself. So we can click anywhere here, press Ctrl F to open the search text box, and in the search text box here, key in something to search for. In this case, we are searching for password. And you will see there are 5 hits. So down here you can also see the 5 hits. First hit, second hit, third, fourth, 5 hits. So the password string is found in the code in 5 different locations. And the next thing you do is to analyze the location where the password string is found. And you can find over here that there is a interesting line here. On line 147, we have a command, and this is a HTML command. A HTML command begins with the angle bracket, exclamation, dash dash, and ends with the dash dash, exclamation. So this is what a HTML command look like. Whenever you want to create a command in HTML, you put a left angle bracket, command, exclamation mark, dash dash, and then type your command. And then when you finish your command, you put dash dash close exclamation mark. So comments are meant to help you as a programmer to read and understand your code. So that is what comments are for. So in future, if you want to write any HTML and you want to explain your code, always use comments. Now coming back to our code. So over here you can see that the designer or the developer for this web page has put in a comment to remind himself what the password is, and this is sometimes done by developers in order to make the job easy for debugging, but later they forgot to remove this comment. So this is a good place to look for passwords or other clues about the web page. So now we can see it's clearly stated the first few levels are extremely easy. Password is this. So there is a password E97A0E93. So we just copy this password and then paste it in here, right click and then paste and then click submit. And you get a congratulations message. So the principle that you need to know about hacking is firstly, look at the code, the source code itself. Source code itself can give you a lot of clue on how the website can be hacked. So in the future challenge, as we go on, I will also guide you like this, but I will give you an opportunity to try it first before I give you the solution. But for this first basic mission 1, I straight away explain to you how to go about solving the challenges in this website. So with that, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in the next mission. We are now in still the basic missions. So let's do basic 2. A slightly more difficult challenge involving an incomplete password script. Requirements, common sense. Let's click this, basic 2. Okay. Network security Sam set up a password protection script. He made it load the real password from an unencrypted text file and compare it to the password the user enters. However, he neglected to upload the password file. So, try to solve this on your own. I'll pause the video and give it a try. I will give you the solution and explanation later. Here is a tip. If the network SAM forgot to upload the password file, then what would the password be? If the system could not load the password file, what would the password be? That is a tip. Okay, just pause the video and give it a try. Okay, so here's the solution. If you were to study this by right clicking and then view page source and then Ctrl F and search for the password string, you will find it here. The important part is here, form. So this is a form in HTML, which is actually this form over here. So a text input and a button normally will be enclosed in a form like this. So the form starts from here and the form ends here. It comes in a pair. If it has an opening tag, it also has a closing tag. And then here, the first part is your input text box. The type is password. So whenever you see a type password for input, it means that whatever you type here will be hidden. You can't see the text. That's the meaning of password. And then here we have a name. Every input should have a name. You can give it any name you want. The reason why we need a name is so that when you send this input, the value of the user input to the server will know how to extract the value stored in this input by using the name to refer to it. And the script that extracts the information, the value, is called a PHP script. Then the next input type is submit, and this submit is referring to this button over here. And then the text that you see on the face of the button is this value here, value submit. So now whenever you have a form, there is usually a submit button. And when you click on a submit, it will perform this method, which is called post. Now in a form, there are two ways to send data to the server. One way is to use post. So in the post method, you will not see the data in the URL. If the other way of sending data to the server is using a get method. If the method was get, then you will see something like this. You will see something like this. Whenever you see something like this, it means that the form is using a get method. So normally forms will use post method so that this thing will not show up here. So it's for security that usually forms will use the post method. Now in this case, you also have another action specified. So every form will have two attributes. One is a method, which is post or get, and the other attribute is the action. The action will specify which PHP script will process the post. That means which PHP script on the server will receive this data that is being sent and extract it. So let's take a look at the diagram for better understanding. So over here you can see we have a server, a web server, and the web server stores web pages. And when you visit the website, the web server will give you the web page containing the form, and we are referring to this form. And then when the user fills in the form and sends it back using the post or get method, whichever one, there must be a script here called the PHP script, which will receive the data and extract it. An example of this is shown in this simplified form. This is a simplified PHP script. So if the user were to post the password over the internet or get, in this case we are talking about post, so we should have a method. This is a method whereby you extract the name, and the name here refers to the form. If you look at the form, the input type here, the name is password. So when you are trying to extract the value, you must specify which name you want to extract the value from. So in this case, the PHP script will specify the name password, because the name password here refers to this input. And after it extracts the password, the text or the value stored in this name, it will then assign it to a variable. And this is called a variable. A variable is a temporary placeholder for storing values. And then it will perform a comparison. It will compare the password, whether it's equal to the file, the password stored in the file. So now the problem is, Network Sam forgot to upload the password file. So over here, the developer is Network Sam. He forgot to upload the password file to the file server. So when the PHP script tries to compare the password in the file, what do you think will happen? Let's take a look. So if the file is not found, that means the value of this will be blank, or 0 or null, or even an empty string. Correct? So therefore, if the password is equal to a blank or empty string or null, this will be true. That means whatever password you key in here, it should be blank. So when you compare a blank password with a blank file, then you will log in to the server, and you will log in through the page. That means your password is correct. That means your password should be blank, because the file is blank. So the correct password is a blank password. So the answer to this is, the password is a blank password. So you click submit, and there you have it. So this is the solution and explanation for this challenge. Thank you for watching. Let us continue with our basic missions. Now we are on basic 3. Some intuition is needed to find the location of the hidden password file. Requirements: basic HTML knowledge. Click on basic 3. This time, Network Security Sam remembered to upload the password file, but there were deeper problems than that. So let's try to solve this. Pause the video first, give it a try. Okay, so here's the solution. As usual, right click and view the page source. Press Ctrl F to open the search text input box and key in the string password. Over here you will find the form as usual, but this time there is a new input. This time this input type is called hidden, and the name of the input is file, and the value that will be sent is password PHP. So when the user click on submit button, this input will be sent to the server as well. Now the reason why this input is sent to the server is probably so that the index PHP will know what password file to look at to retrieve the password. So that is why the developer has put this as an input hidden. Input hidden types are not shown over here, but it will be sent to the server when you click post. So in order to find out the password file, no need to wait for the index PHP to look for it. We can open it ourselves by copying this file, and then at the back here, let's repeat this URL first, and now we copy this file name and put it at the back. Then press enter and you should see the password. Copy the password and put it in here. Click submit. And the level is solved. This is the way PHP files are being used. They are being fetched by the client browser, but normally the PHP will be processed at the server side. Now part of the way in which PHP works is to echo the text to whoever requests for it. So an example of echo will be something like this. Normally in your PHP, you will start your PHP like this. This is how you create a PHP script, and then echo will be like this, and then maybe your password is 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this is how the PHP sends data back to whoever requests for data. So in this case, the password PHP file contains probably this code, and it contains this password here, like this. That's the reason why when you enter the password.php file on the URL and click enter, it gives you this result back. This result is the result of the echo statement. Now normally we don't echo the password back to us, but this is a mistake by the programmer. The programmer should not have sent this along, but should have probably hard-coded it somewhere inside the index.php. But maybe he designed the system in such a way that index.php must be given what file to look for when looking for a password. So that's why he wants to send this file as part of the form, so that index.php will know that the password is contained in this file. So this is an error on the part of the developer. So that's all for this explanation. Thank you for watching. Let's move on now to basic 4. An email script has been set up which sends the password to the administrator. Requirements: HTML knowledge and email address. So let's click on basic 4. This time, Sam hard-coded the password into the script. However, the password is long and complex, and Sam is often forgetful. So he wrote a script that will email his password to him automatically in case he forgot. Here is the script. So let's click on this, and we get a message saying password reminder successfully sent. So this tells us that when you click on the button, it will send the password to Sam's email. So the hint is, try to modify the email and put in your email instead, so that when you click this button, the password will be sent to your email. So pause the video and give that a try. So here's the solution. If you were to right click and view page source, then we click Ctrl F and look for buttons, because this is a button. So in HTML code, buttons are normally inputs called submits. So look for submits. and you will find a few here. Keep scrolling down to the form that contains the button, and you will find this is the one you want. So your form starts from here and ends over here, and on top of the form you will have an input. The type is called submit. So this submit type is referring to this button, and the text that appears on the button says send password to Sam, and we can confirm it here. The value shows the label on top of the button, send password to Sam. There is another hidden type here, and the value is sam@hackthisite.org. So this suggests that when this submit button is clicked, it will send this email address to the server. So now we have to find a way to tamper with this email address, to change this email address to our own email address. So in order to tamper with this code, we cannot change it here, because if we click on here and it's not editable. So to edit it, we need to use the Google Developer Tools. So let's close this first. To launch the Google Developer Tool, right click on anywhere on the page and then click Inspect. And then this side panel will open. So these are your Google Developer Tools. It consists of Elements, Console, and so on. Most of the time we'll be using Elements and sometimes Console. So under Elements will show you the same source code that you viewed earlier, but this time you are able to tamper with the source code. You can edit it and modify any way you want. So let's look for this button again. So the button should be somewhere here, and scroll down and you can see the form is here. This is the form, and you can see the button is over here. So if you click on this button submit, the type is submit, which means button. So when you click on this submit, this button, it will send this email. So let's tamper this email by changing it to our email. So let's change this now. I'm going to change it to my email. Like that. And then now I click on this button, send. And then it says password reminder successfully sent to droidresearch@gmail.com, which is my email. Now the thing here is that you need to use your real email, which you use when you register for an account. This is probably to avoid spamming. So go ahead and make sure you entered your own email when you modify the code. So now head over to your email account, and you can see your email has been received. So let's click on this and check the password. So here is an email saying email sent by the server. It says Sam, here is the password. So go ahead and copy this password, and then click back to go back to the form. Right click and paste the password and click submit. And congrats, this level has been solved. So that is all for this video. Thank you for watching. Let us now move on to basic 5. Similar to the previous challenge, but with some extra security measures in place. Requirements: HTML knowledge, JS or FF, and email address. Let's click on Basic 5 link. Sam has gotten wise to all the people who wrote their own forms to get the password. Rather than actually learn the password, he decided to make his email program a little more secure. So just pause the video and give this a try. So let's try this together now. The solution is here. Just test, see what happens. Click on the button. And you will see the message saying password reminder successfully sent. But you all know that the password will be sent to Sam's email. So we need to find a way to temper the code so that it will send the password to our own email. Let's click the back button now and take a look. So we shall analyze the code as before. We right click and we use inspect so that we can modify the code. And this opens up Google Developer Tools. On the right, under Elements, look for the form. There is a form here which starts from here and ends here. And there is an input type hidden as before. And there is also an email password field. So let's modify this to our own email. Now you need to put the email which you used when you register for an account with Hack This Site. So I put my email there, and now I'm ready to click the send button. Now it says the password reminder successfully sent to droidresearch@gmail.com, which is my email. And then I go to my email and check, and here it is, the password reminder. So I select the password, copy it, and then click the back button here and paste the password in and click submit. And congratulations, you have completed this level. So it appears that whatever extra security measures that Sam has put in place has obviously failed. So thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Let's try basic 6 now. An encryption system has been set up, which uses an unknown algorithm to change the text given. Requirements, persistence, some general cryptography knowledge. Let's give this a try. Network Security Sam has encrypted his password. The encryption system is publicly available and can be accessed with this form. And here we see input text field which has an instruction, please enter a string to have it encrypted. And then we click on encrypt. And now we are also being told that you have recovered his encrypted password. It is this. And then the instruction says decrypt the password and enter it below to advance to the next level. So our task here is to decrypt this password, and there is a input text here to enable you to encrypt the password. But what we want is to decrypt it. So how do we reverse this? How do we decrypt this to get back the plain text? So just a tip. Even if you know nothing about cryptography, you can still solve this just by some careful inputs and observations. So just pause this video and give it a try. So here is the solution. of how I will solve this. Since we, we do not know the encryption algorithm means the method, so we don't know the method of encryption. We only know that there is an encrypted password here. So what we do is we try to enter some text here, for example AAA, and then encrypt it and see what we get. And now we know that when we enter all 5 A's, the encrypted password is ABCDE. So let us make a list here by opening Notepad so that we can study the behavior. If we know that if we enter all A's, the encrypted password is ABCDE. So now let's try another one. Click back. What if we enter all Z? Encrypt. And the encrypted password is Z. And like this. Copy this into our Notepad. And then let's try another one. If we were to enter all 0 and encrypt, and the encrypted password is 01234. Try one more. If you enter all 9s, encrypt, and we get this encryption. So now we can observe something interesting here. We see that when we encrypt a string, the encrypted password, the first character is always the same. As you can see, if it's A, encrypted is A. So if you want to reverse the encryption, if you are given any string, we know for sure that the decrypted password, the first character is always the same. And then the second character will be increased by 1, as you can see. If it's 0, the encrypted password will increase it by 1. And then for the third character, if it's 0, it will encrypt and it will increase it by 2. And the fourth character, encrypted, will be increased by 3. The fifth character, after encryption, it will increase by 4. So we know that if we want to decrypt something, we just have to reverse the process. So if it's 1, if it's 0, decryption will still be 0. But for the second character, 1, decryption will minus 1, so it becomes 0. For the third character, to decrypt it, you minus 2, you get back 0. For the fourth character, to decrypt it, you minus 3, and you get 0. For the fifth character, to decrypt it, you minus 4, and you get 0. So it's a reverse process. But for over here, something interesting happens. If you can see, 9, when you encrypt, is supposed to increase by 1. So when you add 1 to 9, what do you get? You get this double, you have a colon. And then for the third character, you're supposed to add 2 when you encrypt, but instead you get semicolon. So this brings to mind encryption method using the ASCII table. So if you look at ASCII table, if you look at the number 9, if you add 1, it's a colon. So that makes sense. If you take a look at this, 9, here, if you add 1, it becomes a colon. And then for the third character, you're supposed to add 2. So you take a look at 9, if you add 2, 1, 2, you get a semicolon, which is this. And so on. So for the fourth character, 1, 2, 3, 4, if you add 3, you're supposed to add 3. So if you add 3, 1, 2, 3, you get this symbol, less than operator, which is this. And for the fifth column, you're supposed to add 4. So 9 plus 4 will be 9 plus 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 gives you an equal sign. So this gives you an equal sign. So the reverse is also true. For the first character, if you want to decrypt it, you minus 0. So 9 minus 0 is still 9. For the second character, you decrypt it, you minus 1. Because you are going backwards, so you minus 1. So a colon minus 1, colon minus 1 will go back up, you get 9. A semicolon, this is the third place. The third character you're supposed to minus 2. So when you minus 2, a semicolon minus 2 will give you minus 1 minus 2. You get back 9. And then for the fourth character, you're supposed to minus 3. Fourth character minus 3. So the less than symbol, minus 3 will be minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. You get back 9. And lastly, the fifth symbol, fifth character, you're supposed to minus 4. So the equal symbol minus 4, go back 4, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4 gives you 9. So now we have an easy way of decryption. We have already broken the encryption just by some careful observation, knowing nothing about cryptography. So now we are given let's go back. We are told that his encrypted password is this. So are you able to decrypt this now? Let's copy this and put it here. So we are now told that his encrypted password is this. So how do we decrypt this? So to decrypt this, maybe just pause the video and give it a try. I'll wait for you. Okay, I hope you managed to decrypt it. So as we know from this observation, the first character is supposed to minus 0. Minus 0, over here, minus 0. So you get back F when you decrypt it. For the second character, you're supposed to minus 1. So 2 minus 1 gives you 1. For the third character, you're supposed to minus 2. So 6 minus 2 gives you 4. And then for the fourth character, you're supposed to minus 3. So 6 minus 3 gives you 3. And then for the next character, you're supposed to minus 4. Maybe I just type it here, it's easier to see. First character minus 0, second character minus 1, then minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, minus 6. Minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, minus 6, and the last one minus 7. So now we know F is supposed to minus 0, 2 minus 1, 6 minus 2, 6 minus 3, colon minus 4. So colon minus 4. What is colon minus 4? So go back to your ASCII code. Colon is here, minus 4 will be minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, 6. So that gives us 6. Then the equal symbol supposed to minus 5. Equal symbol minus 5 will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will be 8. 8. And then the greater than symbol supposed to minus 6. Greater than symbol minus 6 will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is 8. And then the I character minus 7. I character minus 7. I is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is B. So this is your password. So let's copy this password. This is the decrypted password. Let's copy this and go back here and paste it in here. Right click, paste, click submit. And congrats, you have successfully completed this level. So this shows you that you can easily solve any kind of challenges just by some careful analysis and observation. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Let us now try basic 7. The password is hidden in an unknown file, and Sam has set up a script to display a calendar. Requirements: basic Unix command knowledge. Let's click on basic 7. This time, Network Security Sam has saved the unencrypted level 7 password in an obscurely named file saved in this very directory. In other unrelated news, Sam has set up a script that returns the output from the Unix cal command. Here is the script. Enter the year you wish to view and hit view. So let's enter 2018 and click view. And you can see the calendar for 2018 is shown. Let's go back. Now, in order to solve this challenge, you need to find a way to inject additional commands in here so that you can see the directory listing for this folder. Why do we want to see the directory listing? Because we have been told that the password file is saved in this very directory. So in order to see the password file, we need to find a way to list the contents of this directory. And here is the place where we can try to inject additional commands to list the content of this directory. So that is the tip. So just pause this video and give it a try. Good luck. So here is the how I will solve it. So in here, if you type 2018 and click view, it will show you the contents of the output for the calendar. Earlier on, this is what we saw. So this is the script which is called upon to show you the 2018 calendar. So in hacking, we sometimes try to inject additional commands which was not intended. So for example, if you want to inject a command to list a directory, we will do this command, ls. But in Unix, commands can be separated by using a semicolon, like this. So if we click view, if this command injection works, then it will execute the first command, which is to list the 2018 using the calendar script, and then having done that, it will execute the second command, because this is a command separator. Second command is ls, which is to list directory. So if you click view, we should be able to see the calendar, and then if you scroll all the way down, we should see the result of the ls command. And you can see these are all the files that are found within this directory. And one of it seems interesting, the last one. So let's take this name of this file and then put it in here and execute it. PHP script, press enter, and it echoes back the password. So this is the password. Just copy this password, head back to your location, your password field, paste it in and click submit. And there you are. Congratulations. So let me teach you something about Linux or Unix commands. If you want to practice Unix commands, you don't have to install Linux or Unix. You just search for list of Linux terminals online. For example, this link can show you some of the free online Linux terminals which allows you to practice your Linux or Unix command. Now, Linux is a variant of Unix variant, so it is okay to use Linux to practice or learn Linux commands. So I will put this link in the resource section for this lesson. You can go and download it, and you can try, for example, the first one, JS Linux. And you can click here, try JS Linux, and you open up this window. And here you can click on the first one, and then when you click on the first link here, it will open up this one and allow you to practice your Linux command. So Linux commands example will be who am I. You press enter, it will tell you you are root. If you wanted to run two commands, you can type who am I and press a semicolon to separate and type the second command. So we press enter now, it will execute two commands. The first command, who am I, will execute and show you your root, and then semicolon is the separator for the commands. The second command will then execute ls. ls will list the directory. So that is what we used earlier on, ls to list the directory. So feel free to go ahead and practice your Linux commands and get familiar with some Linux commands, which will be very useful for a hacker. So that's all for this video. Thank you for watching. Basic 8. The password file is yet again hidden in an unknown file. Sam's daughter has begun learning PHP and has a small script to demonstrate her knowledge. Requirements: knowledge of SSI, dynamic HTML executed by the server rather than the browser. Let's click on Basic 8. Sam remains confident that an obscure password file is still the best idea, but he screwed up with the calendar program. Sam has saved the unencrypted password file in this location. However, Sam's young daughter Stephanie has just learned to program in PHP. She is talented for her age, but she knows nothing about security. She recently learned about saving files, and she wrote a script to demonstrate her ability. So here we see that you have this input box where we can key in our name. Let's say we key in Batman, and we click submit, and you see this script, PHP script created by Stephanie, Sam's daughter, has created this response page. And also, if he click on this now, you can see the input that you have entered earlier, Batman. So this is what Stephanie has created to be able to create dynamically a file to show the response that the user has input. So let's study this now. So your job is to find the name of the hidden password file by exploiting this input. Pause the video and give it a try. Good luck. So here's the solution. So what we need to do is to understand how to execute code in here. Now apparently whatever code you enter in here will result in the generation of a SHTML file. An SHTML file is a file which consists of other portions of HTML code embedded in it. And you can take a look at example of this. This is an example of an SHTML file. So you can include other files inside the SHTML file. For example, in this example here, you can include this file. The keyword is include. Other uses of or syntax of SHTML is exec command. You can also execute command using SHTML. So an example will be this. We can copy this and push it in here, paste it here, and then remove this. So as you remember, ls in Linux means to list a file directory. So if we click this now, submit, we'll get this, and now we click here, and you can see it listed all the files contained in this location. So none of these files are password files because this location, TMP, does not contain the password file. How do we know that? Because we are already told by the instructions that the unencrypted password file is found in this location, not in TMP location. So in order to list the contents of this location, we have to modify the command by listing the directory one step higher by putting 2 dots. So now we click submit, and now we click on this, and we can see. So this is the files that are found in the location basic 8. So now out of all these files, we know that this is a default web page, so this cannot be the password file. And we know that this is the script written by Stephanie, so this also cannot be the password file. Therefore, this should be the script that contains the password. So we copy this, and then we replace with this script, and then we go up one directory, because this script is found in this directory, so we have to go up one step, press enter, and we get our password. So now we copy this and go back to the challenge page, paste it in here, and click submit. Congratulations, we are completed. So solving this challenge requires some analysis and observation of how SHTML works. And as you can recall, whenever we see an input text field, like this, we always want to exploit it by injecting commands. That is one of the basic principles of hacking. We always want to inject some kind of command. So we should always be thinking, what command can I insert here? And then, how do we know that what syntax is the correct syntax? Because from here we are told that the hint is you need to know some knowledge of SSI over here. Some knowledge of SSI. So this is the hint. So we know that this thing will accept SSI commands. That is how we can get the idea of what is the format of the command. So the format of command is SSI command. So that is all for this lesson. Thank you for watching. Let us continue with the basic missions. Basic 9. The password is again hidden in an unknown file. However, the script that was previously used to find it has some limitations. Requirements: knowledge of SSI Unix directory structure. So, Network Security Sam is going down with the ship. He is determined to keep obscuring the password file, no matter how many times people have managed to recover it. This time, the file is saved in this location. In the last level, however, in my attempt to limit people to using server-side includes to display the directory listing to level 8 only, I have mistakenly screwed up somewhere. There is a way to get the obscured level 9 password. See if you can figure out how. This level seems a lot trickier than it actually is, and it helps to have an understanding of how the script validates the user's input. The script finds the first occurrence of this symbol and looks to see what follows directly after it. Now there is a typo error here. This symbol should be written as this symbol, like this. It should be like this, with the exclamation mark. So there is a missing exclamation mark here. So now I'll give you a tip. To solve this level, you apply the same technique as before. That means you need to use the previous level. So head back to your previous level, which is level 8, and make use of this. That means you need to enter some commands in here, but just change something. That's all. And then you'll be able to view the password file for level 9. So pause the video and give it a try. Good luck. So here's the solution. So go back to the previous level. Over here, key in the same command you entered last level, which is ls ... Click submit, and you'll be able to see the level 8. If you click this, what it shows you is level 8. Level 8. But you want level 9, so how would you do it? So to go to level 9, you need to go back up one level. Presently, these files are for this level, level 8. So to go up one level, you need to do something like this. Like this. 2 dots means you go up to the parent directory, which is level 8. If you want to go up further one more level, back to the basic directory, put another 2 dots here. And then if you want to list level 9, go back down and put 9. So this should be your listing. Right click, copy this. I'll include this file in the resource section for you to download. So go back to this part here. Go back to level 8. And then paste this command. ls:/:/9. Click submit. And click here to view this file. And you can see now you are listing level 9. You are listing level 9. So let's go ahead. Index.php is the default page for level 9. Now let's copy this. This must be the password file. Click copy it and then paste at the back. And then go up back to the level 9. Make sure you change this to level 9. Press enter and you see the password. So just copy this and then go back to this level 9 and paste it in. Click submit. And there you have it. Congratulations. Now to give you an understanding of the two dots like this, Linux Unix structure, file traversal, folder traversal, or also known as directory traversal. So you can try this online Linux terminal, which I shared with you in 2 lessons ago. So let's try this. Open a free terminal, click this one to open it, and wait for your terminal to load. So I'm going to teach you a little bit of Linux directory file traversal. So let this load the Linux terminal first. Okay, if you type ls now, you will see the content of current directory. If you want to see the directory just above it, you type ls ... And so this is the directory of the contents in the parent folder. If you want to see 2 directories above, you will go to ls ... Then you see 2 directories above. But you can't, because 2 directories above is already the root. Root means the root of the file system. So you can't go further than that. But let's say we want to do an experiment. Now we change directory. cd is to change directory. Let's type ls again. Now you have a directory called DOS here. So let's change into DOS, cd DOS. And if you type pwd, now you are in the DOS directory. Pwd means print working directory. Now to go up 2 directories, you type ls ... and then you will see what is in the root directory, what is in here. This is called the root. Don't confuse it with ROT. ROT is the folder for the system administrator. This / at the back of it is called the root of the file system, which is a different meaning for root. So when I'm saying list the directory of the root, that means I'm referring to the file system root. So 2 dots / 2 dots will list whatever is in this directory. You can also list it using like this, /. You get the same thing. So you are listing the content of the root of the file system. Or you can do it like this. So this is the meaning of 2 dots. Now if you are in 2 dots already and you want to list something within, let's say, etc directory, how would you do it? You will go up like this, 2 dots, and then / etc, and enter, and you will see you list all the contents of etc directory. So this is the concept we employed when we hacked this website earlier on using this method. So this method is actually file traversal or directory traversal. So I hope that explains the concept we are employing. Thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Now we are going to try basic 10. This time Sam used a more temporary and hidden approach to authenticating users, but he didn't think about whether or not those users knew their way around JavaScript. Let's click on basic 10. Enter password. Please enter a password to gain access to level 10. So let's try any password and see the response. I'll enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he says, you are not authorized to view this page. So if we were to copy this link, try to bypass the login page, it still says, it still goes back to this page and will not allow you to log in. So that means there must be a cookie somewhere or a session ID. So that is the tip. You need to find a way to check the cookie and modify it, tamper with the cookie using JavaScript. So that is the hint. So just pause this video and give it a try. Good luck. So here's the solution. When we key in any password and submit, we notice that it immediately says you're not authorized to view this page. And earlier on, when we tried to bypass the login by copying the page, and we also found that it redirects us back to the main login page. How does the system know that we are not logged in? Normally, the login control is tracked by using something called cookies or session IDs. So in this case, we can check those cookies by session IDs by using the Google Chrome developer tools. So let's head back to the login page, and now we are going to open our Google developer tools, right click, inspect, and then over here there's a console. So in the console here, we can now enter something. If you type document.cookie now, we will see something interesting. Level 10 authorized no. And session ID is this. This is the PHP session ID. Another way to look at the cookie is to print it out. So the print command is called console log followed by document.cookie. So these are all JavaScript commands, and the console tab here allows you to be interactive with your page, and you can type JavaScript commands in the console and it will execute immediately. So console log is one of the commands to print and to debug variables and so on. So document.cookie is an object which stores the cookie for the page. So when we console log document cookie, we can see the cookie. Just press enter and you will see there are two IDs. One is a cookie, the other is a session ID, and it shows here level 10 authorized no. So let's try to key in something, anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, press submit. It says you are not authorized to view this page, and we repeat the command. Press the up arrow key to repeat the previous command. Press enter, and we see it still says level 10 authorized no. So now we can tamper with this cookie to change it to authorized equals yes. So all we need to do is type document.cookie equals, and then here we can copy this, right click copy and right click paste, and this close the double quote, semicolon, and here change to yes, and then now press enter. Now document level 10 authorized yes. To confirm it, print again, and we see now level 10 is authorized. So now it's authorized. Let's refresh this page, and it says congrats, you completed basic 10. So this is how cookies work. The purpose of cookies is because we want the server needs to keep track of the status of your page, whether or not you are authorized to view a particular page. So this is how we can exploit the cookie by tampering it and change the status to authorized. So thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Now we'll do basic 11, the last one. Sam decided to make a music site. Unfortunately, he does not understand Apache. This mission is a bit harder than the other basics. Apache is the name of the web server for Linux. Let's click basic 11, and immediately you will see this message coming from here, and at the back there is nothing. Now whenever there is no file specified at the back in an Apache server, it could either mean two things. Either it is an index.html So index.html is a default, or it could be index.php. Those are only two possibilities. Oh, when we click index.php, we will see that you're supposed to enter a password. So it is assumed that we are supposed to enter the password, and the challenge here is to find out what is the password. Pause the video and try to figure out the password. Good luck. Okay, so here's the solution. If you right click this and view page source, you will see there's not much help here. There's only the normal form, and there's the index.php. So, but the hint says that Sam does not know much about Apache. He says, unfortunately, he does not understand Apache. So this seems to suggest that there's some kind of directory listing vulnerability. So that's why I keep trying all this to see what we can get, what we can see. So we know that it's probably a directory listing vulnerability, so we can go ahead and try. So far we already know one link, which is this. So let's make a summary notepad. So we know this link, this file exists. I just remove the back, and then we also know index.html exists, because when we put index.html, we see all kinds of songs being shown randomly. So the next thing we try to guess is what other things are there. So we can start with A, just try, and you get okay, not found. Then we try B. This is the only thing we can do, there's nothing else we can do. So if you go from A to B to C to D and so on, and see whether there's some kind of directory listing vulnerability. Nope. And we found something interesting. So now when we put E, we find that there is a listing. So it is a directory listing vulnerability. So this is how we can solve this. Looks like we are on the right track. So now inside here, it lists another folder. So let's click on it. AL, and yet another folder. And yet another folder. And one more. And suddenly it stops. There should be more directories being listed, but suddenly it stops. It stops over here. So now we need to figure out what else is inside here. Why is it hidden? Why is it not shown? So that brings up the issue. Something about Apache. So how does Apache hide the directory listing? So we go to Google and search Apache how to prevent directory listing. And then we can see here, to disable directory listing for a specific directory, which is actually exactly our case here, add the following settings in Apache virtual host, or create a .htaccess file in that directory. So is there a .htaccess? Just try. Access. Yes, there is. So .htaccess is the file which specifies what the directory to be hidden, and also can use this .htaccess to customize your Apache server. So .htaccess is a way to customize your directories in Apache server. So here is something interesting. Index ignore the answer dot. So this seems to suggest that you're supposed to hide this directory from being listed, and all the contents of it as well. So we can go up here and copy this folder, this directory which is supposed to be hidden, and put it there. Press enter. And here you get a clue. The answer is easy. Just look a little harder. So the answer is easy. There is nothing else to be seen here. It's a blank page. So let's view page source. There are no hidden type or text anywhere. Just plain text showing the answer is easy. So this seems to suggest that the answer should be visible to you. So that brings to mind this. Could this be the password? Copy and go to our original page all the way back. Over here and index PHP, key in the EASY, press enter. And it says you have already done this. Go on. Click go on. Alright, so that means we have solved it. Congratulations. So the principle to understand here is when you see something like this and you are given a clue that is an Apache vulnerability, the first thing you should think of is Apache file traversal directory listing vulnerability. So you should try all the possible file names at the back here, starting with the default file names like index.php or index.html, and then from there go on with further clues that is being shown. So this is how you solve this sort of challenge. So that is all for this video. Thank you for watching. Now that we have finished with the basic missions, let's get started with realistic missions. So in realistic missions, the first one is Uncle Arnold's local band review. Your friend is being cheated out of hundreds of dollars. Help him make things even. Difficulty rating easy. Take this challenge. Let's try this. Take this challenge. From Heavy Metal Ryan. Message: hey man, I need a big favor from you. Remember that website I showed you before? Uncle Arnold's band review page? Well, a long time ago I made a $500 bet with a friend that my band will be at the top of the list by the end of the year. Well, as you already know, 2 of my band members have died in a horrendous car accident, but this asshole still insists that the bet is on. I know you're good with computers and stuff, so I was wondering, is there any way for you to hack this website and make my band on top of the list? My band is Raging Inferno. Thanks a lot, man. So you have a friend who messaged you, asked you to help him hack this website? Let's take a look. And this is a website called Welcome to Uncle Arnold's Local Band Review, and this website reviews bands. And so your friend's band is called Raging Inferno, and he wants you to make his band at the top. So at the moment, Raging Inferno is the last, number 5. So in order to reach the top, you need to have a high rating. As you can see, the average rating for the top band now imposing in Republic is 23.1. So in order to overtake this, the rating for your band, for this band, Raging Inferno, needs to be more than 23.1. At the moment, Raging Inferno's rating is only 2.3, and in order to make it go up, we need to vote. But the problem with the vote is, the maximum we can give is rating of 5. But 5 is not enough to bring it to the top. And 5 plus 2 is 7.31, which is still less than 23. So how do we hack this website? To modify these buttons here, this select options here, so that when we click on any button, we want the rating to be more than 20. So that is the tip for you. So just pause this video and give it a try. Good luck. Okay, so here is the solution. In order to hack this vote select options, so that we can click any one of these and it will give you a rating of more than 20, we must modify its code. So to modify its code, we right click here, inspect, and then go for the code for this part, which is somewhere here. Notice when I move my mouse, it will highlight different part of the page. So you move your mouse all the way to the bottom until the bottom code is highlighted. This is the one we want. So click on this to open, and the code is over here. Notice when I move my mouse, the highlighted part will move. So move your mouse until you get the part that you want, which is this. Then expand it, and now you can see the options are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means you can modify any one of these to change it to 20 or any amount you want. Let's make it 100. So the first number 5, I change this to say 100. So now when I click on the fifth one, it should be 100. The value should be 100. That means you are rating this at 100. So 100 should be enough to overtake 23, because 100 plus 2 is 102. So let's give it a try. So now that you have modified this value here to 100, and that's it. So this is your successful completion of this challenge. Just click go on, and that's it. You have completed that level. Congratulations. So basically this challenge is just to use the Google developer tools to modify the select options to any value you want. So thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Let's move on to realistic mission number 2, Chicago American Nazi Party. Racist pigs are organizing an anti-immigrant rally in Chicago. Help anti-racist activists take over their website. Difficulty rating? Easy. Take this challenge. From Destroy Fascism. Message: I have been informed that you have quite admirable hacking skills. Well, this racist hate group is using their website to organize a mass gathering of ignorant racist bastards. We cannot allow such bigoted aggression to happen. If you can gain access to their administrator page and post messages to their main page, we would be eternally grateful. So this is a message from probably one of your friends asking you to help to hack this website. So let's take a look. And this website is a racist website, and your friend wants you to be able to post messages to this website by taking over by logging into their administrator page. So the hint here is, if you can gain access to the administrator page, that means there is an administrator page somewhere. So if you look hard enough on this page, you should be able to find a link, a hidden link that will take you to the login page. So that is the hint. So pause the video and give it a try. Good luck. So here's the solution. If you right click on this and view page source and look for a hidden link, you will find it at the bottom. The hidden link. This link is hidden because the color of the font is black. That's why you don't see this link. If you come back to the main page and you highlight the bottom part, you will see there it is black in color against the black background. So let's click on this. and you will open the login page. So you're supposed to log in as administrator so that you can take over the main page. So the problem now is, what is the password for administrator? You can try all this, blank password, and it is a wrong one. Administrator is also wrong. And you can try administrator is also wrong. And you can try admin is also wrong. Now, there is a shortcut, a way to bypass the admin password. It is by using a technique called SQL injection attack. So SQL injection attack means that you need to know some SQL. So this page, actually, when you enter the username and password, it will post these two data to the server. The server will then use SQL to query the database to find out whether the username and password that you enter exists. If the username and password you enter exists, that means it allows you to log in when you click submit. If the username and password, either one or both is wrong and does not exist in the database, then login will fail. So technically, this is how it works. If you right click and view the page source, you will see that the PHP script that receives these two data, username and password, is called update to PHP. So update to PHP, if I have to make a guess, it will look something like this. So update to PHP will extract your username using this method post and then store it to a variable called username, and then you have another method to extract the password and store it to a password variable. This is how I will guess the update to PHP is implemented. Then, having extracted the username and password, it will create an SQL. And SQL is a language used to talk to database. So over here is an example of an SQL. I don't know what's the name of the table, but I'm guessing it's accounts, it doesn't matter. So the SQL statement will be select all, asterisk means all, select all from the accounts table where the username equals username, which the user sends, and password equals password. So if this username and password exists in this accounts table, then this will return a result, some result. So when you test that, it will be true, and therefore your username is correct, your password is correct, and you can log in. However, if either one of this is not found, then your result will be false, and therefore you are not allowed to log in. So this is how login forms work using SQL like this. So as you can see, the variable username is used here, and here password is used here. So if let's say you key in the password, the username, let's say your username is, but we don't know what's the username, I'm just giving an example, ASDF. So if you key in ASDF as a username, so this part here will be replaced with ASDF. And then if your password, let's say you key in your password as say 1 2 3 4 5 6, then all this will be replaced with 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is how it works. And then another characteristic of SQL statement is that this will automatically be inserted. You actually key in only ASDF, but when the SQL statement is being created, it will insert this and this, and insert this and this. As you can see, if you go to the login form, you only type admin, admin, you do not type this, you only type this. So but the SQL will insert the code for you. So knowing that characteristic of SQL, we can exploit it to our advantage. How? For example, if you wanted to modify the SQL statement, you could do it like this. You could, for example, let's say this is all you type. You could actually modify the thing by doing this. Put a single quote. When you put a single quote, you are closing the name. And then you can put an OR statement. OR, that means here you are inserting an OR. And then here you can put 1 equals 1, which means you are inserting 1 equals 1. And then for the rest of this, you want to ignore. To ignore the rest of this, you put in a comment symbol, dash dash. So you can put in a comment symbol, dash dash. So once you put a comment symbol, SQL will ignore the rest of it and will only execute up to here. Only execute this. So this is the trick. So now that you have modified the SQL statement, this will always be true, because either first or second one true result in true. So no matter what username you put in, it will work, so long as you put all equals 1 equals 1. So now what we need to do is copy this. This will be your new input. Copy this and put it in here. ASDF or 1 equals 1 dash dash. No need password, because you already comment out the password over here. You already comment, that means the password will never be checked. So you just press submit. Successful. So you just solve this level. Okay, go on. So that is how you perform an SQL injection attack to bypass the login for administrator. So that's all for this lesson. Thank you for watching. Let us now try the next challenge in realistic missions, which is Peace Poetry Hacked. A little girl made a website to post poetry related to peace and understanding. American fascists have hacked this website, replacing it with Hitleresque propaganda. Can you repair the website? Difficulty rating moderate. Take this challenge. So over here, there's a message from Peace Poetry. Message reads, I run this website where people can read and submit peace-related poetry. I am doing this out of goodwill towards others, and I don't see why I would be making enemies out of this. But some real asshole hacked my website, posting a bunch of ignorant, aggressive propaganda on the front page. And I made that website a while ago, and I no longer have access to it. Do you think you can hack in and change it back, please? Oh, and bonus points if you could message me the name of the bastard who did this. My website can be found here. Let's open this website. So this is the website that has been hacked. So your objective now is to find out how you can change this website back to its original website. So there's some hints here that I can tell you. You need to look at the code for this website to find out where is the location of the original file for this website. And once you have found the original file for this website, you can then access it, and you will find some forms which allow you to input poems and submit. So you should exploit that form. You need to know some file traversal commands or how to access files in a Unix system, and also you need to know some basic understanding of PHP, which was covered in earlier in the basic missions 8 and 9. So just pause this video and give it a try. Good luck. So here's the solution. If you were to right click this and view the page source, it is not very well formatted, so let's right click and inspect. And now you can see there is a comment here which reads, "Note to the webmaster, this website has been hacked but not totally destroyed. The old website is still up. I simply copied the old index.html file to old index.html and remade this one. Sorry about the inconvenience." So over here, this website itself is the new index.html. And the old HTML file is called old index.html. So to access it, we just directly key in the old name. So this was the original page. It has just been renamed to old index.html. So as you can see here, there is two buttons. One is read the poetry. Just right click and open this. Read the poetry allows you to read poetries which are posted by people, and submit poetry is the other one. Let's right click, open this, and here you have two forms. So this should be the place where we can attack the website. Whenever you see forms with text inputs, it's a good place to start. So before you can do that, let's try to understand how the website works. When you click on the poetry to read it, it calls the script read poetry, read poem, and gives the name of the file. And if we go to here and read the instruction, it says use this form to submit a poem to the website. You do not have to be the author, but if you use someone else's poetry, please give credit. Thanks. And also the note here, poems will be stored online immediately, but will not be listed on the main poetry page until it has a chance to be looked at. The keyword here is stored online immediately. So whatever you submit here will be stored. And how does the thing store the thing? What's the file name? Most probably it will be stored based on the title. How do we know that? Because here is a hint. Whenever you want to read poetry, you can access it from this page. When you click the name of the poetry, it gives you the name, the title. Though this seems to suggest that the name of the poetry is also the name of the file. And the file has no extension at the back, as you can see. So if you give the name of the poetry hacker.html, the file name should be hacker.html. If your name of the poetry is just hacker without .html, then the name of the file is also hacker without .html. So this allows us to store, let's say if we name our file as index.html, this file will be stored as index.html. So that is how we can overwrite the original index.html. So to do that, we can go back here and call our file name, our name of poetry, index.html, so that it will store the name of this poem as a file called index.html. And then here for the content, we should now copy the content of this source code, view page source, select all, Ctrl A to select all, Control C to copy and paste the original code here and try to add poem. Okay, it does not say you have completed, so that means something is wrong. Let's go back. Maybe the file location is wrong. We can do something like this, dot forward slash to go back up one directory and try that. And we succeeded. Click go on. So you have successfully completed the level. So the trick is to find out which is the location by attempting to put dot dot. So this method was studied before in the basic level 9, I believe, where you learn to traverse a directory by putting dots. So this is a solution. So to understand how this works, you can look at the code here, right click, view page source, and you will see there is a form here with the action submit poems to. So whatever poem that you submit will be processed by submit poem 2, and submit poem 2 will extract the name of the poem from here and the name of the content of the poetry from here. So you have a name and you have a text. So if I were to guess how is this PHP script implemented, it should be something like this. You have a PHP script, and then I've simplified this quite a bit, and you have this method to extract the title of the poetry and save it to a variable, and you have another method to extract the text of the poetry and save it to a variable. Thereafter, you will use the fopen function to create a new file. So this is a vulnerability, right? So this new file could be anything you give it. It could be, for example, the name of the poetry, hacker, or it could be hacker.html, and over here you can call it index.html. Okay, the trick is to find out which directory is stored in. So first you try this and it doesn't work, you can put 2 dots and try this, and then until it works. So this is how this page can be hacked, by understanding how PHP works like this. So that's all for this explanation. I hope it gives you a clearer understanding of how the PHP write vulnerability can be exploited. So thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. We are now still in the realistic missions. So now we are going to try the next one, which is Fisher's Animal Products. FAP, which is short for Fisher's Animal Products, is a company that slaughters animals and turns their skin into overpriced products, which are then sold to rich bastards. Help animal rights activists increase political awareness by hacking their mailing list. Difficulty rating, moderate. Let's take this challenge. So here's the message from Save the Whales. Message: Hello, I was referred to you by a friend who says you know how to hack into computers and websites. Well, I was wondering if you could help me out here. There is this local store who is killing hundreds of animals a day exclusively for the purpose of selling jackets and purses, etc. out of their skin. I have been to their website and they have an email list for their customers. I was wondering if you could somehow hack in and send me every email address on that list. I want to send them a message letting them know of the murder they are wearing. Just reply to this message with a list of the email addresses, please. Their website is at here. Thanks so much. So let's take a look. Fisher's Animal Products. Welcome to Fisher's Animal Products. So we have 2 links here and a mailing list. So we are supposed to somehow hack this website to retrieve the emails of all their customers and then send the list of emails to this sender, Save the Whales. So try to solve this on your own. The tip is to use the SQL injection. and from here you can click on this and take a look at the URL. So we can use SQL injection by exploiting the URL in the GET request. That is the tip. So try to exploit this and get the list of emails. So good luck, pause the video and give it a try. So here's the solution. So first of all, we need to find out in this page whether it's vulnerable to SQL injection. So one way of doing that is to use a new technique called order by. Order by gives you the list sorted based on the first column, second column, or third column of a table. So let's say we want to sort by first column, press enter. So we put order by 1 and it returns the no error at all. There is nothing to show there's anything wrong with this. That means this statement is okay. So now let's order by 10,000. Notice that it is URL encoded. So %20 means it's a space. So what I'm doing here is this, order by 1 and then followed by order by 10,000. You can use uppercase or lowercase. And you can see when I order by 10,000, there is an error, nothing comes back. That means there is no 10,000 columns in this table. So let's reduce it. So let's order by 5. Order by 5 also returns an error. That means 5 columns is too many. That means there is less than 5 columns in this table. So let's try order by 4. And now order by 4 returns no error. So this is how we find out how many columns exist in this table. So this table is something like this. Select all from question mark where we don't know what table this comes from, where category equals 1. So what we are doing is order by 1 and then by 2, by 3, by 4, by 5. So when you put order by 5, there's an error. If you reduce it to order by 4, there is no error. That means this table, the question mark table, which we don't know what's the table, but it doesn't matter. This table has 4 columns. So it returns 4 columns. First column is probably the picture, second column is probably the title, third column is probably the price, fourth column is something else. So these are the 4 things that comes back by this query, PHP query, category 1. So order by is a trick we can use. It's an SQL injection we can use to find out how many columns exist in this unknown table. Why is this important? Because we need to know which of the columns we can use to return data. So in this case, 4 columns return data, but we need to know which one is exploitable. That means which one we can return data other than the picture. So to do that, we can combine union. So we can use union all to combine a second SQL query like this. So we can combine by putting union all. And then how do we know we want an email table? Because if you go to here and type this to add your name to the list, email added successfully, no error. But if you put non-existent email and click add to the list, you get an error inserting into table email. So you are being told there is a table called email. So therefore, we can use this to our advantage when we are querying injection, SQL injection here. So that's why we put from table. So we are trying to add another SQL query at the back of the first query. That means at the back here, after we finish this query, we add another query. Select 1, 2, 3, 4 from email. So in order to combine first query and second query, we use a trick called union all. So union all will combine the second query with the first query. And then when you put select 1, 2, 3, 4 here, this is another trick to find out which of the 4 columns we can manipulate to retrieve data other than data from the 4 codes. So let's try this now. We are category 1 union all. It is actually the same as this. And you see it returns 2 and 3. 2 and 3. So 1 is probably the picture. How can we confirm that? We can confirm that by changing this 1 to null. If we change this 1 to null and we enter the query, we see that the picture goes away. That means 1 is a picture. So all we're interested in is 2, 3. 2 and 3 return something. 1 is a picture. We can't use that to return emails. But 2 and 3 maybe. So let's try to select everything from 2. How do we select everything from 2? By putting this asterisk. So over here we change 2 to asterisk. And we get the emails. So we can use 3 as well if you want, because 2 and 3, they are column 2 and 3 are vulnerable, so we can use column 3 as well. If we put all for column 3, we should also get back emails like that. So now we have a list of emails. We just copy it out to a notepad file and you will get all this. I've already done it. So after you copy out the notepad file, you get list emails. You're supposed to send this to this person, save the wheels. So to send a message to save the wheels, click your profile here, your profile name, and then click your profile name again. And now send a message to save the wheels. Subject, list of emails, and then copy the list of emails which you have hacked and paste it in here, and then click send. And you get the message, you have already completed this challenge. So this means that you successfully completed it. Another place you can confirm that you completed it is to click your profile again, your name. And over here, it shows you all the levels that you have completed. So here, you have completed 1, 2, 3, 4 of the realistic level. So congratulations, this is how it's done for SQL injection. So this SQL injection is also known as a get SQL injection. Why? Because we are using the get request to inject the commands. So the principle that you should take away from this lesson is you can use union order by to hack this level. So first thing you do is, again to recap, you find out the table which is storing the emails by going to the form and then try to key in a non-existent email and see the error that comes back. From there we know that there is a table called email. Second is you try to find out how many tables are there in this table. So how many columns there are by using the trick order by. So first you order by 1, then order by 10,000, then reduce it until you find the magic number where you find the thing doesn't have any errors. Then for this example, we find that there is order by 4 is a maximum that we can set for ordering by. Ordering by merely means that you return the result and sort it based on which column. So we use 1, 2, 3, 4 rather than specific names because you want to know which column is vulnerable. So when you put 1, 2, 3, 4, it comes back showing you which column is vulnerable. For example, in this example, we saw that 2 and 3 is vulnerable. So we can exploit 2 and 3 by putting asterisk to retrieve the data from the second column and show it here. So that's how this thing is solved. And we also see that union all allow you to inject a second query after the first one has been executed. The default SQL query is the first one here. This is the default one that was intended to be used by the creator of this page, but we can manipulate, exploit it by combining a second query inside it, injecting a second SQL query using the union all method. So that is a trick. So I hope you can learn something from this video, and I'd like to thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. We are still in the realistic missions. Now we are doing, the next one is number 5, which is damn telemarketers. Telemarketers are invading people's privacy and peace and quiet. Get the password for the administrative section of the site to delete their database and return the privacy of their victims. Difficulty rating moderate. Take this challenge. So let's click on this and you will get these instructions. The instructions come from Spisomatic64. The message reads, "Yo, this is Spisomatic64 from hackthisite.org. I'm a bit of a hacker myself, as you can see, but I recently came upon a problem I couldn't resolve. Lately, I've been getting calls and day and night from the telemarketing place. I've gone to their website and hacked it once, deleting all of their phone numbers so they wouldn't call me anymore. That was a temporary fix, but they put their database back up, this time with an encrypted password. When I hacked them, I noticed everything they used was 10 years out of date, and the new password seems to be a message digest. I have done some research and I think it could be something like a so-called hash value. I think you could somehow reverse engineer it or brute force it. I also think it would be a good idea to look around the server for anything that may help you." So this is the website that you're supposed to hack, and if you click on this, you will come to this website. So we are supposed to hack this website to delete the database. So this is the database that you're supposed to delete. So let's take a look at this. So if you were to click on this database here, you will open a login page. So you're supposed to hack the password to log in order to solve this level. So the tip is to examine the source code for this website to find out how to move forward. So just pause the video and give it a try. Good luck. So here's the solution. Right click on this and view page source, and you will see this. And from here, from the form action refers to what happens when you click this form. So what happens is, if you send the password to this script called admin php in this folder. So now this is the folder. So let's open this folder. So to open the folder, you copy this link here, paste it to a new browser, and then add the folder location at the back, and you will see there is these 3 files here. So if you click on this file, the admin-php, then you will see this hash. So now we have to decrypt the hash. To decrypt this hash, you copy it and then go to this website called CrackStation, and then paste the hash in here, and then fill the captcha challenge, and then after that click crack hashes, and you will see that the result is this A0666. So just copy this and then come back to this login page and paste and click submit. And you will have a message. For me, I already solved it before, that's why I got this message say you have already completed. So for your case, it will tell you that you have completed it. So to confirm again, you can always go to your profile and check it out. So that's all for this level. This level is actually a directory traversal vulnerability, where you can, just by looking at the source code, find out what are the hidden directories that you can try to traverse to. In this case, we examine the login form. We'll examine the login form and found out that there is a hidden directory, and we went to that website and then found the hidden file. So that's all for this lecture, this video. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome back. We are still on the realistic missions, and the next one is toxico-industrial chemicals. Decrypt a heavily encoded message from a CEO trying to bribe ecological inspectors investigating water pollution issues. Help environmentalists uncover corporations plotting to profit from the destruction of Mother Nature. Difficulty rating hard. Take this challenge. So click on this. And the instructions. There is a message from someone called Toxico Watch. Message reads, "Hello esteemed hacker, I hope you have some decent cryptography skills. I have some text I need decrypted. I work for this company called Toxico Industrial Chemicals, which has recently come under fire because of toxic chemicals we are dumping into the river nearby. Ecological inspectors have reported no problems, but it is widely speculated that they were paid off by Toxico management because the water pollution near the Toxico factory has always been a serious and widely publicized issue. I have done some packet sniffing on my network, and I have recovered this email that was sent from the CEO of the company to Chief Ecological Inspector Samuel Smith. However, it is encrypted, and I cannot seem to decode it using any of my basic decryption tools. I have narrowed it down to the algorithm used to encrypt it, but it is beyond my scope. I was hoping you can take a look at it. Please check it out. More details are on this page. If you can unscramble it and reply to this message with the original text, it will be much appreciated. Thank you." So we are supposed to decrypt text and then reply to this person, Toxico Watch. And how to reply, we have done it in the previous challenge, in challenge 5. You need to click on this and then click on it again inside your profile, and then you can send a message. So let's click on this to see what it's all about. Click on it and you will see encrypted message. I believe this document to be encrypted using the XC encryption algorithm. Please recover the original text of this document and return it to me. So this is a encrypted message, and let's see what is the algorithm all about. Click on this and then you have a form. So you need to analyze how the encryption works by using this form. Once you understood it, write a script to reverse the encryption. So for example, if you type A and without any password and you click encrypt, it will return you this sequence of 3 digits separated by dots. And then if you type B, encrypt it, it will return you another 3 sequence of digits. So you need to study and see how this number is arrived at. And then once you have understood how you get this number from the character, try to enter the same number, the same character, encrypt, and then you put in a password, same, probably A, capital A as a password, encrypt, and see how the password modifies the number that is generated. So try with many different variations of passwords and text, and then study the output. From there, try to understand the encryption. Then only you'll be able to write a decryption script. decryption script can be written using JavaScript or Python. So go ahead and give it a try. I will show you a series of videos how to get started and how to solve it. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In order to solve this challenge, we need to write script. So the scripting language that I'm using is JavaScript, and JavaScript requires two software. First software is Node.js. Second software is Visual Studio Code. Node.js allows you to write JavaScript and run it without needing a browser. So to install it, go to this website, Node.js, and click on this link to download the installer. Once you have downloaded the installer, go ahead and install it. Double click on the installer, click run, and then follow the instruction to the end. Now I've already installed, so I'm just going to cancel it. After you've installed it, you can test it by opening a terminal and type this command, node -- version, and you should be able to see your version here. So this confirms that you have successfully installed Node.js. After you've installed Node.js, go ahead and install a text editor for JavaScript, which is called Visual Studio Code. Click on this link here to download your version, and then it will begin downloading. After you have downloaded the Visual Studio Code installer, just double click on it to set up the Visual Studio Code, and just click on the dialog and proceed to install. I've already installed mine, so I'm just going to cancel it. Once you have finished installing your Visual Studio Code, you can open it from the desktop by clicking on here, and this is what it looks like. In the next videos, I will show you how to use it. Thank you for watching. Now that you have installed Visual Studio Code, the next thing we do is create a folder for our project. So go to your C drive and create a new folder. Call it Realistic 6 project. And then now add this project to your Visual Studio Code. Right click here, add folder to workspace, and select the new folder which you have just added. Inside here, right click new file and call it hello.js. To create a hello world program, type console.log hello world semicolon. Ctrl S to save. Next, to run this program, we can open a terminal. Click here and select command prompt, and then navigate to this directory. Type cdc : and then cd, enter. Type dir to see the content of the directory. So to run this hello program, we just type node followed by the name of the file and press enter, and it says hello world. We can also create functions out of this by typing function say hello, and then cut and put it inside here. And then to run this function, just call it by the function name. And so now if we let me clear screen first, cls clear screen, and then node followed by the hello.js, and it still runs the same. You can import libraries or packages using this. Create the library you want to import, followed by the required keyword. For example, fs is used for opening files. And then if you want to read a file, you can do it like this. For example, let me create a function, read a file. So if I wanted to read a file, I would say I will create a variable to store the content of the file, call the read file sync, and then the file name that you want to read, and the type of no need for type. So now you must create a file, and put something in the file. Okay, just put a text hi there. So now you want to read this file, save it to string, and then console log the content of the string. Then we can call this read file by calling direct read file, call the function. Read file sync will open it synchronously. That means it will wait for the file to be opened and then store it to the variable before it move on to the next line. That is the meaning of synchronous. If you don't put synchronous, that means you will not wait. So that's why you put synchronous. So let's try this now. Okay, so here we need to specify the type of content. Otherwise, it will give you this strange output. The type of content is UTF encoding, UTF-8. Now you run it again, and you can see it reads the content of the file. To write to a file, you can do this. Let's create another function, write to file, and then you call fs again, the library which you imported up here, and then the function name is write file sync, and then the name of the file you want to write to, and then the content which you want to write, hello again. So let's say I want to write this string hello again into this file. So this is how I will do it. So I'm going to write to the file by calling it direct here, call the function. Okay, I've spelled it wrongly, so I'm missing an L here. So you write to the file, then it will read from the file. So let's try it. Let me clear the screen first. Okay, there's a wrong spelling here. Write file sync should be F-I-L-E. Okay, there you go. So clear screen, try again. There you go. So this line here, write to the file, call this function, writes to the file, this string, and then this function here reads the content of the file we've just written to. So this is how you write a JavaScript program using Node.js. So that's all for this lesson. In the next lesson, I'll show you how to use JavaScript Node.js to solve our challenge. See you then. Thank you for watching. Let us try to reverse engineer the encryption. If you were to type the letter A and click encrypt, we will get these three numbers. So let's write it in Notepad. And if you will try to figure out what these numbers mean by totaling up 29 plus 32 plus 4 gives you 65. If you type B and encrypt it, you have these three numbers. So B gives you these three numbers, and if you total up these three numbers, 52 plus 46 minus 32 gives you 66. And this seems to suggest ASCII code. If you look up the ASCII code table, the character A is 65 and the character B is 66. So it appears that these three numbers somehow total up to the ASCII code. If you revert back to A and encrypt, you will find you get a different set of numbers. 2, 48, 15. So 2 plus 48 plus 15 still gives you 65. That means these three numbers are random, but whenever you total them up, it gives you the ASCII code. So that's a good start. Now let us try to add encryption to it. If we have the number A, and we have these numbers here, for A, let's say is this. Okay, I'll just remove B for a moment. So if I encrypt A with the password, which is also capital A, I will get these three numbers. So here I'm using the password A with password A. So these three numbers total up 56 plus 42 plus 32 equals to 130. 130. So this 130, if I minus the 65, I get 65. So it appears that the password A is also 65. We can test this hypothesis by trying A password B. So now I put B in here and I encrypt. I get 45. So let's total this up. 45 plus 61 plus 25. That gives me 131. So earlier on we found that 130 is actually consists of 65 plus 65. And now this consists of 65 plus 66. So this seems to suggest that password B is 66, and then the A itself is 65. So what the encryption seems to be doing is taking the ASCII code for the character and adding it to the ASCII code for the password. That's all it's doing. So let's now try another one. What if I were to enter A password AB? What will I get? So let's put A and the password AB. A and B, capital letters. Encrypt. And I will get 39, 75, 82. So now I get 39, 75, 82. Let's total this up. 39 plus 75 plus 82. That gives me 196. 196 could it be made up of 65 plus 65 plus 66? Let's try it. Could it be 65 for the first A, the A itself, and then another 65 for the password A, and then another 66 for the password B? Let's try to total up these three and see what we get. 65 plus 65 plus 66, and indeed we get 196. So now we have reverse engineered it. We have understood it. So whatever you enter in here will be added to whatever total of the password ASCII code. So your ASCII code for A and B is 65 and 66. You total this up and then add this total to the original character A to give you the ASCII code for this. So this is how it works. This is how we can decrypt it. So we need to find a way to reverse this. That means whatever three numbers here, this represents a character plus the ASCII code for the password. The next three numbers, again same thing. It represents the second character plus the total of the password ASCII code. Same thing for this. Alright, so this is how we can tackle it. Step 1. Step 1 is to first find out what is the smallest numbers among all this. So we have to total all this up and get the smallest number. Because each of the numbers here cannot be less than 0, the ASCII code. Because the ASCII code, the visible ASCII code, the smallest is 32. And then the largest is 126. 126. So you have to find out first what is the smallest of the characters ASCII code here. So we need to total up all these three, then find out this number, total up these three, find out number, total these three, find out the number. And then from there, get the smallest number. Assuming the smallest number is 100, let's say. So we will minus 100 from each of the numbers here to get the original ASCII code for the A. But then we won't be sure if A will be a printable character or not. So we have to brute force all the visible numbers here, all the visible code here. So we will minus 100 from A ASCII code, then 99, and then 98, 97, all the other way around. Minus 0 from the ASCII code for A, and then 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, all the way to 100. And then from all those results, we see which one produces a readable character, and that will be the correct one. So it involves some kind of brute force. So once you find the correct offset which makes all the characters visible, then you will have decrypted the message. It will become clearer in the next session, next video, where I'll demonstrate to you the code, JavaScript code that I've written. So I'll see you in the next video. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to solve the challenge. I've created a script called decrypt.js. You can download this from the resource section for this video. In this decrypt script, there are a few functions. The main one is start function. Start function will call all other functions written in here, starting with convert to string array. So I've commented out all the functions except the first one. So we are going to incrementally increase the number of functions to call, as I explain one by one. So when you click this, when you run this script, it will call the start function. Start function will call convert to string array. Convert to string array will read a file called data.txt. So in order to create this file data.txt, we go to this website for the challenge and copy the ciphertext. Copy it and create a text file using Notepad. Paste in Notepad. Make sure it is correct. The first number is 296. The last number is 270. So once you're sure it's correct, save the file. Save the file in the folder, your project folder. Call it data.txt. Yes, replace it. So over here, now if you inspect your folder, you should be able to see this file with the contents. Alright, so just note that this file has got white spaces at the back here. We have to delete the white spaces at the back here, or else you get error later on. So in order to do that, we use the function. First you read the file and then save it to a raw string variable. Then we split the file based on the space. So it will split the contents of this file based on the space, which is here at the back here, the spaces. And then next thing, it will rejoin it without the spaces, minus the spaces. After that, it will replace any existing white space by deleting the white space, using a regex here to do that. And then after that, we will split into array based on the dot. So if you notice the file, it has got dots separating every number. We use that dot as a separator to create an array of elements. So we have an array of elements consisting of all these numbers. First element will be 296, second element is 294. So after that, we remove the first element, which is blank. So we can console log and see it. If we console log the string array, over here you'll be able to see it. So if I run this now by opening a terminal, I go to my project folder, dir to confirm the file is there, clear screen. The one that I want to run is this program, decrypt.js. So I clear screen first, type node decrypt.js and execute. So it shows you the array that you've created, and you have a blank first array, so you have to remove the blank first array. That's why I do this shift. So now if you were to print out the array after you delete the first line, the first array, the first element, and you run now, you see the first blank one has been removed. Okay, so now we're ready to go to the next step. Let me remove this first. So the next step after converting is to total every three elements. Total every three elements means that you want to take 296 plus 294 plus 255, and then total the next three elements is 268 plus 313 plus 278, and keep on repeating right to the end. So that is the meaning of total three elements. So total three elements, so let's enable that. So total three elements is over here. In order to total three elements, you need to find a way to count how many elements you're totaling each time. So that's why I created a counter here called triplet count. And sum triplet is to store the sum of the three elements. So when you first start off, the array starts from here, and you start counting the first 3 elements and totaling them up. So this is where you start counting the first 3 elements. Then once you have counted the 3 total elements and total them up, you will then store it in a new array called chunks array. That's how you do it using push. So the sum triplet will store chunks array. Chunks array is a new array which is declared up here, and then you can actually take a look at it, or on it will be saved in the file. So this is where we save data2, the chunks array. So let's run this now. Repeat the command. So now we should have a file called data2, and here it is. So data2 is a new array which is actually created by totaling up every 3 elements. So 296 plus 294 plus 255 gives you 845. 268 plus 313 plus 278 gives you 859, and so on. So this is data2. Alright, and then the next one we need to do is get the smallest number. That means the smallest element out of all this, which is the smallest element. So to do that, we use the get smallest number function, which is up here, and we use this maths library that will allow you to find the smallest number. Okay, so the smallest number, we can console log smallest number to see it. Okay, so now let's run it. Repeat the command. Smallest number is 772. That means from this file, this array, we can find 772 is the smallest number among all this. Alright, so now next thing we do is we brute force. Brute force is where you take the smallest number here and then minus the number from every other number. That means 845 minus 772, and then see whether you get a printable character. And then 859 minus 772, and repeat, see whether you get a printable character. So you will do this for multiple times. In fact, 772 times you need to do that. That means you start from 0 to 772. First you minus 0 from 849, minus 0 from 859, minus 0 from 871, and go through the whole thing, and then see whether you can read a sentence. If you cannot read a sentence, you go to the next iteration, next brute force, where you minus 1 from 849, minus 1 from 859, minus 1 from 871, and you go through again and see whether you can read a sentence. If you still cannot read a sentence, then you go to the next loop where you minus 2 from everything, then minus 3 from everything, minus 4 from everything. So you repeat this until 772. So, but for sure before 772 you will be able to find a sentence which you can read. At that point you will have decrypted the message. So this is the meaning of brute force. Okay, the theory why we're doing all this is explained in the previous video. Please revisit the previous video for the theory behind it. Okay, so brute force is over here, where we actually look through the from 0 to 772 and then get the number of non-printable characters. If the number of non-printable characters is less than 15, that means most likely the text is readable. So this function, get number of non-printable characters, count to see how many characters are actually non-printable, and we do that based on this ASCII table, ASCII code. So the printable characters are having ASCII code from 32 to 126. So these are all printable characters. So we no need to look. That's how we can use machine code to help us automate the process of finding out which of the 772 offsets will produce a sentence, so a readable sentence. So we use this function which I created here, where you look through the array and then you check to see if the ASCII code for the particular number, after you deduct the offset, that means this is offset, 772 is an offset. After you deduct number 772 from this, and from this, then you check to see the resulting ASCII code, is it between the range of 32 to 126. If it is, then it is readable. If not, then it's non-printable. And then that's how you find out. So okay, let's try this now. So let's run this node, and you see it goes through found 760 found. So these are all the offsets where it produces sentences which are readable, and then one of it is a meaningful sentence, which is this one, starting from here, Samuel Smith, to here. Okay, so what we need to do now is copy this message, Samuel Smith, mark it. That means from here to here. Right click, copy it, and then create a text file. Paste the text file here, and then after that open your, supposed to send a message to this guy, Toxico Watch. So to send a message to Toxico Watch, go to your profile, click on your profile name, and then once the profile appears, click your profile again. Okay, once the message box opens, copy the name of the sender, Toxico Watch, and paste it inside the recipient text box. You can also paste the same thing here, and then copy the message which you have decrypted and paste it in the message field, and then click send. And then you should be able to see a message says you have successfully completed this level. I have already done it before, hence I get the message, you have already completed this challenge. So that's all for this video. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in the next challenge. Welcome back. We are still on the realistic missions over here, and our next realistic challenge will be this one. What's right for America? A homophobic hate group is spreading their conservative propaganda of blind obedience and bigoted warmongering. Help tolerance activists take over their website of ignorance and discrimination. Click on this to take the challenge. So this is the information that we are getting from Freedom of Choice. Message: Friend of freedom and liberty, I invite you to take a look at the hate speech being spewed over the web at this website. And then he goes on to talk about the website in some detail. And then down here, there's an instruction. There is an admin section on that website somewhere, perhaps hidden among their directory structure. So it wants us to hack into the website by looking for the admin login. So this link here will lead to this website. So we're supposed to hack this website's admin login. In the first place, we need to look for the admin login page. So I'll give you a hint. You can find the admin login page by analyzing the links down here and looking at the URL structure, and then perform some directory traversal techniques which we learned before, and look for some hidden directories, and then in one of them you will find an admin login page. However, you need to crack the admin password. So just pause the video and give it a try. Good luck. So here's a solution. If you were to click on this and analyze the URL, you will find that the URL always starts with this script show image, and then file equals to, then the file name. If you click the second link, you also find the same structure. You will have a descript, file equals, and then the back part is the name of the file. So every file will have a different file, but the front part is the same, show image. So we can try to right click and see the page source, and you can see here. So it is fetching the images from this image folder. How about this one? If you view this page source, same thing, it is fetching the images from the images folder. So the images folder is somewhere on the website. We can try to look for it by traversing the directory. So we remove this and just key in directly images to see what we get. And here we have all the list of images that are being used, and one of it is the admin folder. So if you click on admin folder, it asks you to log in. So it's asking for a password, username and password. So this means that the server has got a HT password file that controls the login. And what is HT password? You can read all about it here. HT password file is typically used when protecting a file, folder, or entire website with a password. And the structure of it looks like this. The first part is the name of the login, then there's a colon, and the second part is the password, which is encrypted as a hash. So this is what it will look like. So now we need to find out the password file. Where is it being stored? Where is the ht.ht password file being stored? The ht password file will contain the password, which controls the login to this page. So we cancel this now. Go back. So we can access we suspect that the ht password file is inside this folder. But if we click on it, it won't allow us to go in because it's been controlled. However, there's a loophole. If you remember, over here, there is a script which allows you to access files inside the website. So we can do the same thing here. We can substitute this with the images folder, and then the admin folder, and then .ht password. And then here you see there is supposed to be something but not visible, so you can go and look at the page source, and you will find the login is administrator, the login is administrator, and the password is this. So we have to decrypt this. So we copy this, right click copy, save this to a text file, and then download Cracker. The only one which works is John the Ripper. So select download John the Ripper. This website here, click on it, and then download the version for Windows. Then after it has downloaded, unzip it. You need to download this 7-zip in order to unzip this, because this is being encrypted with 7z. So we go and download 7z, 7-zip, this one here. I've already downloaded, but if you haven't downloaded, you can go ahead and download. So you need the 7zip to unzip this. So just right click this and select 7-zip, extract here. So after it's extracted there, cut it and put it in your C drive over here, and then just shorten the name to John. And then inside here, we need to copy our file containing the hash, save as, should save in this folder, John Run. So we go to the C drive, go to John, go to run and save it as hash.txt. Click save. Okay, now we are ready to run it. We open a command prompt and navigate to this folder, John run. C John run. Type a dir, and the program we want to run is called John AXE, and the file contains the password and the hash. The file that contains the hash is called hash.txt, which is over here, hash.txt. So the way we use John is to type let me clear the screen first, cls, type John followed by the file containing the hash that you want to crack, then press enter. And so it has cracked, and the password is shadow. The login is administrator. You can also see the password by typing John and then the name of the hash file that contains the hash and the password, the encrypted hash, and then here show, and it will show you the login is administrator, the password is shadow. So now you know that you can go use this to log into the website, to the administrator login. So you can click on this and begin, and then here type administrator, and the password is shadow, SHADOW. Click sign in, and then you get a message, congrats, good job, you have successfully completed mission 7. So that's how we solve the challenge. This challenge involves two vulnerabilities. The first one is file traversal vulnerability, where you can traverse the file and then also use their own script which is provided in order to dig into their own protected files. And then the second is of course the password itself, where you need to crack. So that's it for this lesson. Thank you very much. See you in the next one. Welcome back. We are still in the realistic missions, and the next challenge is United Banks of America, where we are going to hack a bank. One of America's richest men plans to donate 10 million to a campaign set on hunting down hackers and locking them up. Please, if you can't do this, then we are all screwed. Can you hack in and move the money? So click on take this challenge and you will see the instructions from Dark One with Anit. Message: hey man, you gotta help me out. Gary Hunter, one of the richest men in America, has deposited 10 million into the bank account at the United Banks of America and plans to donate that money to a campaign to hunt down and lock up all hackers. Now I've tried hacking their site, but I'm not good enough. That's why I need your help. Here's a list of the objectives. 1. Find the account of Gary Hunter. 2. Move 10 million into the account drop cash. 3. Clear the logs. So there are 3 objectives. The log file is called log files. So the first objective is to look for the account of Gary Hunter, and then once you find his account, transfer 10 million from his account to another account called drop cash. And the third is to clear the log file. So okay, let's click this site, and this is what we see, a bank. So over here we see a few links here. So now the tip is this: you need to click login here, create an account, and then after that you need to use the user info where there is a search form like this, and you need to use SQL injection attack on this search form to list down all the bank's account usernames. So, and one of the username is Gary Hunter. And then once you found the Gary Hunter's user account, you need to log in with your new registration. You have to register for an account, then log into your account, and then once you log in, you have to modify the cookie so that you can log in as Gary Hunter using the cookie exploit by modifying the cookie. And once you modify the cookie to pretend you are Gary Hunter, then you should log in and then do the transfer. And then to clear the log files, it's the same thing. You need to somehow edit the form that contains the link to clear the log files. So pause the video and give it a try. Good luck. So here's the solution. The first thing you need to do is register for an account. So just register for an account. Then register. Okay, now they register, you can log in. So once you log in, you will see all these things, and then over here, this is where you can transfer money. You're supposed to put here the target of the account, which is this, drop cash, and then transfer 10 million to drop cash. So drop cash should be in this field, and then here 10 million. But the problem is you are not logged in as Gary Hunter. You are logged in as your own account. So you have to somehow modify the cookie here to log in as a Gary Hunter. Then only you can transfer the money from Gary's Hunter's account. So what you need to do is over here find out the account name, Gary Hunter's account name. So to do that, you can use this field here, user info, which will allow you to search. For example, if I were to search for my account, I will see details on myself. Okay, I will see myself here. So now, if I want to see a list of all the account names here, I should use SQL injection. So over here, this form is created by a PHP script. As you can see, whatever you type in here will go to this script. For example, if I type earlier on my name, it will go to search to PHP. So search to PHP, if I had to guess, contains this kind of script. PHP scripts begin with a PHP tag and close with a PHP tag. The first line, normally what they do is they will extract the name of the field. So the field here, how do you know the name of the field? If you right click this and inspect, you can look for the name here. The name of the field is used by PHP to extract the value. So that's how I know that they will use a post method to extract the name and store it in a variable. So the variable here will then be used inside an SQL query, and the SQL query will be in this kind of format, where it will select everything from a user's table, assuming there's a user table, where username equals username. So this username is what the user key in here. So this is the place where we are going to SQL inject, right? So if you were to copy this out over here, this is what the username will look like this. You will enter, probably, let's say I enter my name, it will be like this. And then automatically the PHP will insert the opening and closing bracket. So based on that characteristic, we can inject SQL. Alright, this open and closing bracket, it is not shown here, but it will automatically be inserted by PHP. So what we can do is, we can deliberately close our SQL by putting a closing quote here. And then after that, create our own SQL statement by putting or 1 equals 1. So, and then here, we have to take care of this extra code. We can comment it out by putting 2-. So SQL will ignore everything after the 2-, because the 2- means everything that comes after is a comment. So commands are not executed by SQL. So now when you read this SQL, you will say select all from user where username equals this or 1 equals 1, which is true. That means it will show all the accounts. Everybody who has an account will be listed. So what we are injecting is all this. This is what we are injecting. So we can just copy this and paste it inside here. Like this. And then search. Username too long, so we try again. This time we shorten the username. Instead of typing the name here, we just type the code. This time we get a list of all the usernames. The one we want is Gary William Hunter. So we copy it out here, Gary William Hunter. Now go back here and transfer out of Gary William Hunter account to Dropcash. But before we can do that, we have to temper the cookie because we are not logged in as Gary William Hunter. We are logged in as our own name. So to view the cookie and to temper it, we right click, inspect, go to console, type document.cookie, enter, and you can see account username is Darius, which is myself. So to temper the cookie, we need to change the username to Gary William Hunter. So to do that, we type document.cookie equals to account username equals, and then we copy Gary William Hunter's account name and paste it there like this. Alright, so now we press enter, and then we check again. And now you see the account username has been tempered to Gary William Hunter. So we are tempering the cookie to pretend to be Gary William Hunter. So now to the bank, we are Gary William Hunter. We can click this to transfer money to any account we want. So the account we want to transfer to is Dropcash. So we copy the account name Dropcash. Dropcash, alright, got it. Now the amount is 10 million. And click this button. Yes, we've done the first objective. So now we need to cover the tracks. So to cover the tracks, we log in again with the. Now we need to clear the files. But if you click this to clear the files, it will clear only your own log file. What we need to do is clear the system log file, which is called log files. So how to do that? To do that, we inspect this button to see how to temper this button. Right click this, inspect, and then look at the button, submit, and then the value hidden input is Darius SQL file. So we need to temper this value here, change it to log file. So right click this, edit as HTML, and then copy this name of the log file, and paste it here. Delete this first, paste it there. Okay, so now once you paste it there, click anywhere outside, and you see we have tempered with the value that will be sent back to the server. So now we can click this button to clear the log files. Yes, successful. I'm getting error because I have already completed this mission before, but in your case, you should be seeing successful. Congratulations. So the principle to be learned from this lesson is SQL injection. How to use SQL injection to list down all the account names of the bank customers, and then also how to tamper with cookies in order to log in as somebody else, And then number 3 is how to tamper with the button in order to delete the log files. So thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. We are now on realistic missions, and the next one is crappy software. The boss over at Crappy Soft has stopped paying his employees, and your friend is in need of money. Fast. Help him get their salary paid. Click on this. Take this challenge. This is the instruction from your friend. Message: hey man, I heard you are good at hacking and on the right side of things, so I came looking for you. I really need help, you see. My boss has stopped paying our salaries and I'm going to miss my rent. Please help me get my money. You can reach the site at CrappySoft. They have an online payment system, but only he can use it. Maybe you can get into his account somehow, but for now you can use mine. So you're supposed to go to this website, CrappySoft, and then log in using your friend's account. And then after logging in, there should be a payment system which will allow us to make payment to your friend. So that is the objective. So the trick of this is to go log in first, and then there is a form to send some kind of private message, and that form is vulnerable to cross-site scripting attack. So this is a topic on cross-site scripting attack, and also cookie tampering. So that is the hint. So just pause the video and give it a try. Good luck. So this is a solution. Log in to the account using your friend's credentials. Copy the username and paste it in here, and then copy his password and also paste it in here. Click submit to login. After you log in, there is a link here called private message, and there's also a pay salary. So we must first steal the cookie for the boss cookie before you can abuse the cookie by tampering it in order to make payment for the salary. So first we go to this private message and try to steal the cookie for the boss so that you can use it later to pay salaries. So this site is susceptible to cross-site scripting attack, and cross-site scripting attack is where you try to inject JavaScript code in order to make it run on this web page. So the JavaScript code is that you're supposed to inject is here. I've created it for you. This one. Copy this and paste it in here. You'll be getting all this in the resource section. So when you click send, and it will tell you it is beyond the scope of this mission to check the cross-site scripting, so assume you got this cookie. So I'll explain to you later how this thing works, but for now let's get on with the mission first. So now you have stolen the cookie, which is this, and you copy and paste it in here. The cookie is over here. This is the cookie, and then you will see this %40 is a URL code, encoded string. So to get back what is the meaning of %40, you can check here. %40 is alias. So you should substitute the alias with %40 like this. And then now you have the string. You can modify the cookie. So go back to this, right click to modify the cookie, inspect, open the developer console, and then here you can take a look at the existing cookie by typing document cookie, press enter. So this is the existing cookie, which is the cookie for your thread. You're supposed to tamper with these three variables in the cookie. 1, 2, 3. So we start tampering the first one at a time. So type document cookie equals to, so the first cookie you want to tamper is this cookie, string username equals crappysoft. So just copy this, paste it in here, press enter. Then the second cookie that you want to tamper is password. This is the hash password. Copy, press enter. And then the third cookie that you want to tamper is the integer ID. So copy this and put it in here, and then press enter. So to check, just press enter, and you can see now you have tempered the cookie to be like this. Okay, I've forgotten to change this to alias A, so let me repeat that. This one should be changed to alias because it's an email. Alright, press enter. Okay, now to check it. Yes, now it's correct. Alias A. Okay, so now that you've tempered the cookie, we can click on pay salaries, and now we have the authority to make payment for salaries. So your friend's account is this, so let's pay him his salary. Click on pay, and so you have completed. Thanks man, thanks for my salary you already own. Don't forget to clean the log by subscribing to them. So you can clean the log files. So the tip is subscribing to them. That means there is a form here that allows you to subscribe, and we can exploit that form to clear the log files. So subscribing is normally a mailing list. So let's click on mailing list, and then over here you can see there is instruction. Enter your email here. This adds your email to the list, and at the same time checks the list for anything without the the alias character, and deletes it. So anything that doesn't have alias, you delete it. So we can tamper with this to delete the log file. So right click on this, just right click and inspect view page source, and you can see that there is a files folder here with addresses. So if you were to copy this and see if we can traverse to this directory, just repeat this over here, and then change the location to files, press enter, and you can see there is a logs folder. So you click and you can see the logs. We are supposed to clear this log. So how do we clear it? We can abuse the this script here. Right click this, inspect, and then you can see over here there is a hidden input with a value of addresses. So if you were to enter something here, anything, and click subscribe, if it doesn't have a alias inside it, then it will delete whatever you type, and whatever you type will be over this specified in the input hidden here. So now what we need to do is go and edit this to delete our log file. So our log file is over, as we saw earlier, the log file is here. this location. So we want to delete the log file. So we copy this path, copy this the log file, and then go back to this one and then edit this HTML code. Right click, edit HTML, and then change this to our log file. Delete this. Just delete this and paste our location for our log file like this. So once you've done that, click outside here, and you see now you are tempered with the value that will be sent to the server. So if you click submit now, it should delete this log file. Click submit, subscribe, and then you get the message, you have completed mission 9. The error is because I have completed it before. Alright, so now let me explain to you what is cross-site scripting. So cross-site scripting is where you try to inject JavaScript. For example, over here, this website allows you to practice cross-site scripting. Let's say I click on this second link here, and I click on our guestbook. So cross-site scripting, you try to inject something in here and see if it reflects back to you. For example, to test whether this form is susceptible or vulnerable to cross-site, we can do something like this. If we type hello and click add message, we see that it reflects back to us. Okay, so if you right click this and view page source, and then Ctrl F to look for the hello, you will see that it reflects back over here, down here. Okay, so we can manipulate this behavior by exploiting it to run JavaScript. So for example, in this case here, because it is reflecting back, we can inject JavaScript code inside here. For example, we can do something like this. We type a script tag, and then type alert 1. This is the traditional way to discover cross-site scripting. Right? We will copy this payload, if we call this a JavaScript payload, with a script tag, closing script tag, and alert, and click add message. See what happens. It should reflect back to us, but when it reflects back to us as a message, because it is a JavaScript, it will execute it. So let's see. As you can see, it pops out an alert dialog. That means it is susceptible, it can run our JavaScript code. So the next thing to do is, if you want to steal the cookie here, let's say now we insert a cookie for this page. Right click, inspect, go to console, type document.cookie. Alright, let's say I create my own cookie here, document.cookie equals, let's say I temper this cookie. If you don't have a cookie, you can create your own cookie. New cookie equals to 223, let's say, and then press enter. New cookie, unexpected number. Okay, it should be like this. Syntax error. Alright, now we got it. So now we have already got 2 cookies for this page. How do we steal this cookie? To steal this cookie, you inject JavaScript as well, but the JavaScript is like this. Copy, paste here. When I click add message, you can see it shows you the cookie. First cookie is new cookie which I created, and the old cookie like this. So how does this page show the cookie? You have to create you must have a website, and you must put up this code, this script. So I've already got a website called homelab.org, and I've got this script here. I can show you. This is my website, and I log in. and I created this script, upload it. You can view this script. So this script is where you use PHP to steal cookies. So what happens is, after you upload this script, you create a PHP like this, and with the JavaScript statement, window location equals to, and then your website, and then the script of your website. Alright, and then also at the back here, you will use a get request with a question mark and specify C equals to, and then the JavaScript code document.cookie. As we saw earlier, document.cookie will show you your cookie like this. It will show you. So what you're doing is you're appending this document cookie as a get request parameter that will be sent to your website. So when your website script receives this get request, it will receive the cookie as well. That's how it works. So this is an explanation for what is the meaning of this line. So I hope this is allow you to get started with cookie stealing using cross-site scripting attacks. Alright, so if you need a free website to host your cookie stealing script, you can go to freewebhostingarea.com. Alright, this is where I'm hosting my cookie stealing script, and you can sign up to this web service for free. You don't have to pay anything. Okay, and then upload your script using the file manager over here, Home Lab free. So okay, that's all for this lesson. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. We are still at realistic missions, and the next one we are going to do is Hollywood High School. You get to do what every hacker has dreamed of: breaking in and changing grades. Help Zach get his grades fixed and prove you're as skilled as he thinks you are. Difficulty rating hard. Take this challenge. From Zach Sanchez. Hey man, it's me Zach. I need a favor from you. I'm in big trouble. If you remember, I go to that super uptight religious school. Well, 2 of my teachers are failing me because my lifestyle does not fall in line with their moralistic rules and so on. Listen, can you hack into the school's grade database and make it so I'm passing all my classes? Another tip, their website master was not thinking in terms of some computer security when he was designing, so it might be easy. Please check it out here. So this is the website. So we are supposed to change Zach's grades, and so that's the thing. And so the tip here is you should look for the login page, the staff login page that allow you to change the grades, and you also need to hack the login username and password. And the next thing is the requirement of the server is that you need to use a special user agent. That means a special kind of web browser in order to access the page. So just pause the video and give it a try, and I'll show you the solution after that. Good luck. So here's the solution. The first thing you do is you need to look for the login page. Let's view page source and see what we have. View page source. And here we have something. Image source nothing GIF. this is a login page, staff PHP. So we go to this page here, staff PHP, enter, and we have the login page. Now the thing is, what is the username? So to get the username, we need to find out who is admin. So to find admin, we go to staff listing and go through this list here and try to find out who is admin. If you were to right click view page source and go through each of the staff, you will see they have an ID. ID 3 here, ID 6 for this person, ID 12, and so on. So most probably user admin is ID 1. So look for ID 1. ID 1 is this, Samantha Miller, and then this is her email. So Samantha Miller, smiller@holycross.edu. So her login should be smiller. smiller is probably her login name. So let's try to log in with smiller. And then password also use the same. So this is some kind of brute force. Username and password is the same. So once you log in, and then he says you need to use a special web browser called Holy Teacher. So we can spoof our browser by changing the user agent. So right click, inspect, click on the three dots here, more tools, network condition, and then go down here. You will see network conditions. Here, user agent, remove the thing, and then here, custom, and then type here Holy Teacher. Holy Teacher is your user agent, right? And then click anywhere outside. Now if you refresh this page, you are spoofing your browser to the server as Holy Teacher user agent. So refresh, and then you should be able to see your control panel. You can close this now. And then here it says you are not an administrator, so you cannot change grades. So what you can do is right click here and inspect, and then here you can see the console. Try to check the cookie by typing document.cookie, press enter, and you can see here that one of the cookies is an admin cookie and it's set to 0, which means you are not admin. So in order to become admin, you just temper the cookie here, document.cookie, temper the admin cookie, set it to 1, which 1 means true, that means you're admin. So now it's set it to true, and you refresh this page. Alright, so now you again go back down here, more tools, and down here, network condition, spoof your user agent again and refresh, and now you get the warning has disappeared. So now you can change grades. So close this, change the grades, change grades. Alright, let's see. So over here we want to change Zach Sanchez grades. So the grade that we want to change is this, change to 5, this to 5, this to 5, so that he will pass. So if you put 5 and submit grades, it says you are not allowed to submit grades, not allowed to change grades. Okay, so he also says sorry, it is too late in the school year to change grades. So the one way to bypass that is to look at the script which is handling all the grades. So right click, okay, right click and inspect this, elements. Over here, the first element is alright. If you dig deeper down here, you will find all this form action for staff, and these are the PHP script that allows you to change grades down here. See, for Bible study, it has this formation. And another row here, you have a formation also for computer. And then if you keep on going down, every row of this table has got a built-in formation to change grade. So we can exploit that to change the grade. So what we do is we can edit HTML and then copy this PHP script and the GET request. So copy this up, put it in the notepad and analyze it. So the action here, now this symbol here, AMP, is actually the AND symbol. So we can tidy up a bit like this, like that. So this refers to the record. Each of these is one record. Record 0, record 1, record 2, and so on. And if you wanted to add new grades, we have to find out the name of the field. So what's the name of the field? If you inspect this, the name of the field is called grade, Grade. So we can add another GET request here, parameter, grade equals to 5, let's say. Then we can copy this and put it up here. Paste it there and press enter and see what happens. Grades updated. If you go back, we see Bible study has been updated. Right? Next, we repeat the same thing. This time we change the record to 1. Press enter. Grades updated. If you go back, you will see another subject has been upgraded. So you can do the same thing. Paste again the PHP script. And here the record now changed to 2. Enter. Again, repeat without going back. This time we just repeat it here. Record 3. Enter. And suddenly we get this message saying that we have successfully completed mission 10. So this is how we solve this challenge. So the trick used to solve the challenge is to analyze the code, and then after you analyze the code, you find out the login username for the admin page by looking at the email list. And then also next thing is to analyze the code again to look at the hidden form action and using that form action to change the grades. So it appears that the form action is actually GET request like this, which you can exploit it by putting in the URL. So congratulations, thank you for watching again. I'll see you in the next challenge. Welcome back. Let us now try the application missions. And here we have a few challenges that requires you to crack some passwords. So let's download the first one, app1win. So once it's downloaded, just cut it, create a new folder, hack this site projects, and then here you can paste your file and then unzip it. And inside here you will see there is a program. Let's run it. And it asks us to enter a serial key. So we don't know what it is. We just enter and we get the wrong one. So a quick way to solve this is to open this file with WordPad and see whether there are any strings. Alright, so that's the tip. So let's try and see if you can solve it. Just pause the video. Good luck. Okay, so here's the solution. Just open it with WordPad. Go to your folder. Open the file, select all files, all documents, and then look for strings. If you scroll and scroll and scroll, you will find some interesting string towards the bottom. So from the bottom, if you look carefully, scroll upwards, you will find some text here. Congratulations, the password to this level is, and there are some strings here. So for example, there is one string here, another one here, and another one here. So let's try one of these. Let's try this. So let's open the program again. And then key in the string 3810 dash 1941 dash 5861 dash 5351. 5351 is here, over here. 5351. 5351. Click authenticate, and you get congratulations. The password to this level is smash the state. So let's go and key in smash the state. Click on level up, and we have solved it. So that's how we solve this level. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back. Now we are going to try application challenge number 4. So just click this link to download application challenge number 4. And once you have downloaded it, cut it and put it on the desktop. So I put mine on the desktop here, application number 4, zip file. So I'll go to my desktop. So next thing you do is unzip it, and you will get a folder like this. So now open it and run, and now you have two buttons. When you try to click it, it grays out. It doesn't allow you to click. So the first thing we do is I'll give you a tip. You have to find out what software was used to write this application. And then once you have done that, you need to decompile it. And then the third final step is you need to use a debugger to patch the software. So give it a try if you know how. If not, just I'll show you the solution. So good luck. Okay, so here's the solution. To find out what is used to write this software, we need to download a program called Detect It Easy. Detect It Easy. So click on this link here and download this program. Just click on the download, and once it's finished downloading, just install it. I've already downloaded and I've got mine installed, so I'll just run it now and show you how it works. So I'll open my Detect It Easy. It's known as DIE, and this is what it looks like. So I'll now open this program, and you can see it tells you that it is built compiled with Microsoft Visual Basic 6. So in order to find out what the source code looks like, we need to decompile it. So to decompile it, we need another program. So go and download VB Decompiler from this link. So click download from here. You can get the light version, which is free. So I've already installed mine. So I'll show you how it works. So now you open VB Decompiler. So I'll start my VB Decompiler. And then I'll use it to open the app for, and now it has decompiled the program. So on here you can click on the form to see what is on the form, and you can see it has got the mouse move and the mouse click. So what we need to do is we have to patch the program so that when you move the mouse over to the top button, it will jump to the bottom and click. So let's try that now. So in order to patch it, we need a debugger. So you can go and download a debugger. Alright. So let's see. Use x64dbg. x64dbg. Click on this. This is also a free software, so just click download. So click on download. And you can choose the latest version to download. Okay, I'll show you what happens. Okay, after you have downloaded it, you unzip it and you have a folder like this, x64dbg. You might not get the name x64dbg, you might get the name snapshot. So you just unzip this file and rename the folder to x64dbg and put it in your C drive or anywhere you like. And then after that, open it, you will find under the release there will be this program. So all you need to do is run this program like this. Alright, so once the program is running, you can use the program to open the app for Win like this. So now it is open, you can run it, click on run, and it should come to the entry point. So now once you're at the entry point, you can search for this function or subroutine, mouse move, which is at this address 402.810. So right click here and go to expression 402.810. Click OK. So now you can put a breakpoint here by clicking in this column, double click, and it turns red. So when it turns red, you run it, and then when you move your mouse there, your breakpoint is triggered and it pauses over there. So once it's paused there, you can examine the code or assemble it or patch it. So we are going to patch it to make it jump to the click. So the click is another memory address called 403.170. We just have to jump there. So just assemble it by double clicking here, and then to assemble the jump, type JMP followed by this address in memory 403.170. 403.170. Click OK. Alright, let's try that again. you need to type 0x403170 because this is in hexadecimal. Click OK. Alright, you got that. So now let's run the program. And you see the password is Daytona. Try again. Run the program and remove your cursor on the top. And it is paused here because of the breakpoint. So click run. And then it will jump to this location 403170 and execute the click. So it shows the password is Daytona. So now you take this password Daytona and go to your form here, type Daytona, D-A-Y-T-O-N-A, click level up. And you get the completion message. So that's how you solve this problem. I know this is a bit advanced, but this is just to get you, give you a feel of what it's like to crack software. Alright, so if you need more information on how to crack software, you can take my other course called crackinglessons.com. So thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Let us now try application challenge number 5. Let's click on this to download it. After it has downloaded it, just cut it and put it on the desktop. And now we go to the desktop and we can unzip it here. And when we double click, it asks for the password. We just key in anything and it closes. So we need to open it with a command line. So open the command prompt and change directory to this folder. So we copy the path, paste the path here and enter the new directory. Type dir to check that the file is there and run it. When you ask for the password, you can type anything and it tells you invalid password. So now let us open this with x64dbg. You can open x64dbg from my shortcut or directly from your folder. In the last lesson, I already taught you how to install this. So you can, my x64dbg should be here. So I just select the first one, x32. Then open the F5 which is on your desktop. And then now click on run and you are now at the entry point. So now we want to look for this string. This string invalid password. So we go here, right click and go search for current module string references. So now here there is a string invalid password here. So double click this memory address and it will take you to this location. And notice that there is a jump just before it. If it jumps then it will show the good message, which is the string the password is. But if it does not jump, it will show us the bad message, which is invalid password. And just before the jump, there is a compare to see whether we have entered the correct password. So we should put a breakpoint here by double clicking, and then now we can run the program. And now we ask for password, enter anything, press enter, and then now we are here, pause at the breakpoint. So now we are paused at the breakpoint. It is comparing whatever value is in this memory address with the EAX register. So now we want to see what is in here. We can go down to this line and we see that whatever is stored in here is this value, 65776F70. So we copy this line and put it in Notepad. What we want is the value, so we delete this and we just store this value. So this is what is being compared with EAX. If the two are the same, then it will jump. If the two are not the same, then it won't jump. So we want it to be the same. So in order to make sure it's the same, we have to copy this and put it in EAX. So right click on EAX, modify value, and paste. Click OK. Now we press F8 and now it will jump. Then click run, and now it comes back to the same place, and this time the value is in this memory address has changed to this different value. So we repeat it, we right click, copy the line, put it in here and delete the front part. We just want the value. And now again we copy this thing and put it in here, EX, so that when the comparison is made, it will be the same. Click OK. So now when it compares, both will be the same value, so the jump will happen. So we press F8 and now the jump will take place. Press F8, run, and now we are back again, same place. This time the value of here is again has been changed. So this time we right click, copy line, paste it here, repeat the same thing we did. We delete the front part, we just want the back part. And then now we need to copy this and put it in EX again, modify value, click OK, and now the two is the same, EX and whatever stored here is the same. Press F8 and it should jump. So press F8 again and it jumps. Click run and it comes back to the same location, and this time it's fetching this value, whatever is stored here, and comparing with EX. So whatever is stored here now is G and new line. So you right click, copy the line, paste it in here, and this time we delete all this part. And just keep the G and the new line. So somehow x64dbg has interpreted the hexadecimal code and give us the ASCII code. So we get G and new line. So now because this is a new line, that means it's the end of the password. So this is a password in hexadecimal form. We need to convert it into ASCII code. So to convert, we go to this website, Rapid Tables, and then in here we just paste one by one starting from the first hexadecimal code, and then click convert, and we get the first few characters of our password. So we copy this and then come down here, put it there. Now we are going to copy the second hexadecimal string, paste here, convert, and we get the ASCII code. We get the ASCII, the string itself. And finally, the last one, copy, put it in here and convert, and we get the last few strings. So we copy that and put it in here, and now we get our password. But it is in reverse, so we need to revert it back to the original string. So it is in reverse because in Intel processor, the data is stored backwards. So we need to revert it back forward. So to revert it back forward, we can do this. So to reverse it, we reverse this string, it becomes POWE. Then the second string will be RTRI, third string will be PPIN, and then you have G followed by new line. So now we have reversed this, and if you combine all of them together like this, we get our password. Power tripping. So the password is power tripping. The new line is to check for the end of the string. So we just copy this, go to hack this site and paste the password in, click on level up, and here you go, it's completed it successfully. So this is how you crack the software, and the technique here is known as phishing for serial or serial phishing, and some people even call it phishing for the key or phishing for serial key. So this is quite advanced and you may not understand some of it, so you can just go ahead and rewatch this video again. And if you want an in-depth course of this, you can go to my other course, Udemy course, which is entitled Software Ethical Hacking, How to Crack Software Legally. There I will teach you in great detail how to crack software. But the detail of how to crack software is beyond the scope of this course, because it is quite in-depth. Anyway, this is to give you an idea of how serial key is being cracked in software. Thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. Let us now try application level 6. Click on this link to download. After you have downloaded it, just cut it and put it on your desktop. And then unzip it. Now that you have unzipped it, you have a folder. Open the folder and let's run it. Enter any password. So it is a command line app. So use a command line program to open it. So change to the folder on the desktop. Here, copy the path and paste it here, and type cd followed by the path. Press enter. Type dir to check that the file is there, and now to run it, just type the name of the file and press enter, and then enter the any password you want, 45678, and then press enter, and you will see there is a message called invalid password. So now we can open it using the x64dbg. So we start our x64dbg debugger and open it, and then go to the desktop and open the folder containing the file, and let's open the file. And now we try to run it and see what happens. And then make sure your option setting under options preference is you uncheck system breakpoint and TLS callbacks, and under the exceptions let's add a range starting from 8 zeros, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and the ending will be 8 Fs, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Click OK, click save. Now we can run it. And okay, now that over here what we want to look for is the error string invalid password. So now we are at the entry point, so we need to look for the string. You can right click here, go down to search for current module, string references, and here you find the string invalid password, and head over to the address by double clicking it. And now we are at the location over here where the jump is being made. So in this case here, the jump is not being made when you enter a wrong password, and it will show invalid password. In order to show the successful message, you need to jump and come to this location. And what determines the jump are all the instructions up here. So let us analyze the instruction here and see what happens. We can put a breakpoint, try to put a breakpoint over here, and then now we restart the program and run again. And let's enter anything, maybe 8 A's, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Press enter, and we have hit our breakpoint. So over here now you see it is moving this value stored in this address to ECX. So let's press F8 and see what happens. And now it's going to this instruction, not so important. F8 again, F8 again, and now it is going to move this the value here to EDX. So now press F8, and now here, and press F8 again, and now it's going to move our input, which is all 8 A's, into EAX. So if you press F8, you will see it here, and then now press F8 again, and now it is going to compare whatever was in ECX to this value stored here. So in the previous instruction, it has moved something to ECX. So ECX has got 616161. So 616161 is referring to the ASCII. 61 is the ASCII code for A. So if you look at here, you have 1 2 3 4 A's. 4 A's. So let me open a notepad and show you what I mean. Notepad. So here we have 4 A's. 4 A's in ECX plus 4. EX plus ECX plus 4 has moved 4 A's into ECX. So now ECX has got 61616161. So 61616161 means 1 2 3 4. 4 A's. So ECX has got 4 A's. And then now it's going to compare, this line here is going to compare the value stored here with ECX. And what is the value stored here? The value stored here is this 69676160D. So to find out what this is, we click here and then right click and follow in dump this address. So we follow this address, which is this address, and we see all these four: 6D616769, 6D616769. In the Intel processor, the bytes are stored in reverse order, also known as little endian. So over here, if you look at the ASCII interpretation, 6D616769 is MAGI. So it is comparing MAGI with whatever is in ECX. So ECX has got this. So now it is comparing MAGI with this. So MAGI, it is comparing this. It should be the other way around, sorry. ECX has got this and is comparing MAGI with this to see whether they are the same. So if they are the same, then the jump will take place. So let's see what happens now. We press F8 and now the jump will not take place because they are not the same. So we want to know what happens if we simulate the condition where they are the same. So we can modify the zero flag here to make it jump. So we double click this, toggle it to 1, now it's going to jump as you can see, and now we press F8 to let it jump. Okay, so it has jumped and now it's going to jump back up here. So let's press F8 again and it goes back up here. Alright, now let's trace it by pressing F8. So it has moved this value to EX, which is all 0. Let's ignore that. F8, 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 F8. Keep on pressing F8 until we come to these two lines here. Alright, so now it's going to move something to ECX. Let's press F8. And ECX now has got 616161. Again, got 4 A's there. There are 4 A's there. So again, we are back to ECX having 4 A's. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then now, if we are now here, it is going to compare this with our 4 A's. This. So over here, to find out what is this, we right click here again, follow and dump address of this, and here we can see. So this 63616 6A and A refers to this. Okay, and that means CAL and 0A. 0A is a hexadecimal for new line. So if we were to put this here in the notepad, it will be CAL followed by a new line. Okay, so that is what it's trying to compare. It's trying to compare whether the second 4 character of our string is equal to CAL. Earlier on, it has already compared the first 4 character of our string with MAGI, and then we force it to jump to simulate the situation where they are identical, and it has jumped, and then it has looped back, and now in the second loop, it is trying to compare the second 4 character with this next 4 characters which it fetched from memory, which is CAL followed by new line. Okay, so it seems that the password is MAGI CAL and new line. So now we got our password MAGI CAL followed by new line. So new line is the invisible character. You can insert new line by pressing the enter key on the keyboard. Okay, so now that we know the password, we can go ahead and try to enter the correct password now by resetting this. Reset this, go, run, and then now we enter our password MAGI CAL and enter a new line by pressing enter key. And now we are over here, our breakpoint, and now we can press F8 and see what happens. So now it should jump. Yes, it does jump because the first 4 character of our string MAGI matches with this character, MAGI. Now we're going to press F8 to jump, then press F8 again to follow the jump up for the second loop. Press F8 again, keep on pressing F8 until it comes here. Alright, so now it is comparing the CAL new line with our last 4 characters. So it should jump also. Right. And one more time, go up. And this time it's going to jump above, because I think the check has been made to confirm that we have already entered. It is more than 8 characters already. Alright, so keep pressing F8. And you see, the password is magical. It has reached this good message and show us. So now we can take this password magical and go and enter into our form here. Just type magical, MAGICAL, and click level up, and you can see it should work. Yes, you have completed. Alright, so if you found this a bit difficult to understand, just rewind the video and watch it again. But if you need more info and more detailed explanation, you can take my other course on software ethical hacking, how to crack software legally, which is also available in Udemy. So thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one.